with me, your man, Louie T. Welcome to the Command Post Live. Post up and take command. I, of course, am your Commander-in-Chief, Louie T. Thank you guys for joining me tonight. So, we are just a shade over 3 weeks before Washington hits training camp. Roughly, just a shade under, I should say. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Washington hits training camp July 27th. So we are roughly 20 days away from Washington getting to training camp and getting the 2022 season kicked off. And there's no turning back at that point. So as we approach that milestone and that marker, we start to really analyze different aspects of the upcoming season. One of the things that we haven't really truly done, and we've done it with just our schedule, okay? We haven't actually looked at the rest of the division schedule. We talk about how tough, the first place team's schedule is supposed to be, or lack thereof this year, because if I'm not mistaken, Dallas actually has the softest schedule in football, which is still hard for me to comprehend that, being that they play first place teams, but that's nor here nor there. The bottom line is our division plays a soft schedule as a whole. When you play Jacksonville, Houston, Indianapolis, Tennessee, and Chicago, Minnesota, Detroit, Green Bay, when you play those two divisions, arguably two of the worst divisions in football. So we're set up for success, but again, you have to take advantage of that. And granted, those teams in those divisions are saying the same thing. Hey, if we don't take advantage of the NFC East, we're trash. They're saying the exact same thing that I'm saying to you. They're saying to their fan base, hey, we better beat Washington. We better beat the Giants. We better beat Philadelphia. We might not beat Dallas, but we better beat 3 out of 4 of those teams in that division. We should sweep the NFC East. That's what those teams are saying. That's what Green Bay's saying. That's what Minnesota Vikings fans are saying. That's what Tennessee Titans fans are saying. That's what Indianapolis Colts fans are saying. Okay? We better beat those. And Detroit and Jacksonville and Houston, their fan bases are saying, hey, we need to at least split. We should beat Washington and the Giants. And maybe we could get Philadelphia. Maybe. That's what they're saying. We should be able to beat at least 2 of those teams. So, again, they're looking at us like food. And I don't blame them. But I'm trying to tell anybody to listen, your ass ain't eating over here, okay? For years, you were getting free meals off of the Washington football team, Redskins. You're not eating for free over here with the Commanders, man. No free meals over here, all right? No free meals, okay? Ain't no free lunch, okay? All right, so I'm feeling good about the upcoming season. You guys know that. But we're going to look at the schedules of the other teams in the division in addition to Washington's schedule as well. We're not making any predictions tonight, okay? We're not making a single prediction about who's going to finish in first or last and what the final record would be. We're not doing that tonight. But what we are going to do is we're going to actually get intimate with the schedules of the other teams in the division, because we keep talking about, if Washington does this, if Washington does that, Philadelphia's got a soft schedule. Dallas, if they take advantage of their schedule, well, let's see exactly what we're up against, what those teams have to deal with. You keep your friends close and your enemies even closer, okay? So we need to know what the hell Philadelphia has coming down the pipeline. We need to know what Dallas is up against. Not too concerned with the Giants. They've got their own set of problems on their hands. I think they're the one team. If you really want a sleeping giant in the division, literally, it's the Giants. Because nobody's talking about the Giants. And rightfully so, right? They have no mojo right now. They're literally as under the radar. They're not even on the radar, okay? So if there were ever a team, and the league did not do them any favors, and you'll see that tonight. The league, they pretty much said, all right, Giants, if you want to be good, show us. Because we're going to put a nice little gamut in front of you, all right? Nice little gauntlet to start your year off. And if you can navigate your way through that and still feel like you have a pulse, you're not dead, hey, maybe you can go have yourself a season. Unlike some of the teams in the other teams in the division where they're going to get a chance to get off the schneid with a good record if they take care of business. That's not necessarily the case for the Giants, but we'll see what happens. Anyway, I digress. We'll get to the schedules a little bit later in the show. But what I do want to talk about first is Terry McLaurin. And I'm pretty sure most of you saw the press conference from Terry McLaurin. Ron Rivera, head coach Ron Rivera, spoke briefly to introduce Terry. It couldn't have been no more than 2 minutes that he spoke, talked about the impact of bringing a guy like Terry McLaurin back on board. And everything that he said, I've been preaching to you for the last year, since we've been having the Terry McLaurin contract extension conversation. Like, look, there's no way this guy escapes this building because of the importance of not only what he brings on the field, but you could even argue how important he is, even probably more so off the field, with an organization that has struggled to present good guys to the media that make you say, you know what, that organization or their owner may not be worth a damn, but I really like that guy. It's hard not to like that team because of that guy. We haven't had many players represent this organization in that manner to where people found it hard not to root for that guy or that particular team because that guy is so likable. And he's a damn good football player. You always need that, because it's one thing to have a team full of Boy Scouts. We've talked about that many a times over the years. But if they can't play, if they're not worth a damn, it doesn't matter how good of a guy they are off the field. No one cares about that when it comes to this league and your production. You got to be able to produce on the football field. And it never hurts if you're a really good dude. And Terry McLaurin is the definition of a good dude. He personifies what you're looking for in a football player on and off the field. And because of that, there was no way they were going to let him leave this building. There was just absolutely zero chance he was getting out of here without a contract. So the only way Terry McLaurin would not have gotten an extension is if he didn't want to be here. And I told you guys that as well. He wants to be here. Most players want to re-sign with the organization that drafted them, especially if they're not a first-round pick. When you're a second or a third-round pick, you feel slighted, okay? People doubted you. That's why you didn't go in the first round. That's why you didn't go in the second round. People didn't think you were good enough. They said you were a special teams player. They put you in a box and they labeled you. And so when you finally get selected in the third round, you want to show every one of those teams that passed on you, that didn't believe in you, that said you were just a special teams gunner and a damn good one, that didn't want to give you a chance to play receiver, didn't think you were good enough to be a starting caliber receiver in the NFL. You want to show them. That's the chip Terry talked about having on his shoulder, and says, I'm going to keep that chip right where it is. I'm not going to remove it because I got this deal. I'm going to keep that motivational chip right there where it's been this entire time, and I'm going to continue to use it to motivate me to be the best version of myself. And so how can you not love Terry McLaurin? If you had any doubts, which I don't know how you could at this point, as he's going into the fourth year of his career, I don't know how you could have any doubts about this guy and what he brings to the table on the field, but also off the field. It's a perfect blend of a damn good football player and a guy that just gets it off the field. It's rare because usually, guys that are dogs on the field have a little ego and want to beat their chest, and it's about them, and they got a little bit of extraness to them. And, you got to deal with their personalities somewhat, and this organization, I can say this about Ron Rivera, and I told you guys that, a lot of times people don't like to give, Ron credit because the results haven't been what you wanted them to be. I don't know what you thought they were going to be when he got here. We were a mess, and it was going to take some time. And I told you guys when Ron got here, I said 2022 is the year that I expect us to have a chance to start winning and winning big. Now, I didn't account for us having this carousel at the quarterback position. I thought when I said that, when I made that statement, I thought Dwayne Haskins was going to be the quarterback on this football team. And that, it was going to take him a year to settle in, get accustomed to Scott Turner's offense. And then once he settled in and, got the ball rolling, 2021, you continue to build the roster. And then 2022, that's when we were going to be ready to strike like a cobra. I think we're ready to strike like a cobra, but it's not in the manner that I thought it was going to happen. with the same group and nucleus building together. We still got moving parts, but the one thing I can say is that there are a core group of guys that are here that I think are going to remain here, and that they're going to continue to try to build around. Obviously, you see who that core group is morphing into. I think there are a couple more pieces that are left to see if they fall into place or not, but clearly Jonathan Allen is a core piece. Clearly Terry McLaurin is a core piece. I think as time progresses, you're going to see that a guy like Samuel Cosme is going to be a core piece here if he continues to play at the right tackle position like he did last year when he was healthy. And then you just continue to go down the list of guys that are here that, I think are going to ultimately be core players. I think Cole Holcomb is going to be a core piece and player for this football team. And so you keep going down the list and you'll find guys here and there that they've identified, that they've already said, this is a guy. And Ron started off his press conference and someone sent me a message on socials and he made me feel like Ron was, maybe talking out of pocket a bit. And I'm like, that doesn't sound like Ron. He was like, yo, I think Ron might have spilt a bit of tea. Ron was talking about how he didn't want to re-sign, some guys. And I'm like, because I wasn't watching it live and that guy did watch it live. And I'm like, okay, well, I will check it out. I'm going to watch it regardless. And if Ron said something crazy, then I'm going to do a video. We'll talk about it. Of course, Ron didn't say anything crazy. Ron essentially said, there are guys that we want to get done that are going into the last year of their deal. And just because we haven't gotten a contract extension done with them, it doesn't mean we don't want them. We are very interested in some guys that are going into the last year of their deals. I specifically think he's talking about two players in particular, in Daron Payne and Cole Holcomb. Now, which one of those guys, if there's one above the other, means more to this organization right now, I think it remains to be seen. But I think Cole Holcomb may be the guy that, they're most interested in bringing back and making sure that he doesn't go anywhere, especially if he plays well at middle linebacker this season. There's no way Cole Holcomb is allowed to leave. But Daron Payne may be another guy that they're interested in bringing back. You never want to get to the end of a rookie deal with any player. And that's not necessarily the case for Daron Payne. I think that, 18, 19, 20, 21. No, this is his last year. So you run into a really tough spot because Daron, again, will have you essentially by the balls. If he has, let's say Daron Payne has 7.5 sacks, which is a career high for him this year. And he balls out of his brain. He plays extremely well, does the things that we are accustomed to seeing him do, stop the run, be a stout force inside. And then, like he always has been, Mr. Reliable, doesn't miss a game. If that's what he does yet again, and then he posts career highs in sack totals and, quarterback hurries and things of that nature, it'll be hard for them to not re-sign him. And at that point, Daron can say, okay, well, now it's my turn to have all the power in this situation. Nope, going to do you just like Brandon Sheriff did, not signing your little funky deal. You can let me walk if you want. Someone else will pay me very handsomely. Or you can slap this franchise tag on me and I will sign that gladly, make a boatload of money for 1 year of service, and then we can come back to the table next year. I can refuse to sign your little, extension again. You can either do one of two things, do what you did with Brandon Sheriff and tag him again, and I can sign that and make a boatload of money for 1 more year of service, or you could let me walk and I get my money elsewhere. So we'll see. If Daron Payne wants to be here, which is the thing that supersedes all of that stuff that I'm talking about. If a guy wants to be here, whether you have the team by the balls or not, if you really truly want to be somewhere and they show you a contract that you feel like is worth your value, you sign it. Brandon Sheriff, I don't think ever truly wanted to be here after he had a taste of free agency. He had made up his mind already. His agent told him, look, you really got him by the balls. And if you really want to, you could milk them because they're going to keep franchise tagging you until they can't. And then by the time it's too late, hit free agency and you're going to get another big ass bite of the apple, dude. So I think Sheriff had made up in his mind, I'm not coming back here. I'm done. But as far as the Daron Payne situation is concerned, I don't know if that's the way he feels. He might be like, look, I'm trying to get my my guaranteed bread. I'm trying to go buy my mama a house. I think I've seen him. I think he might have already bought his mama a house, but you know how that is. I'm trying to buy XYZ. I'm trying to, retire my mom and dad, that kind of thing. Usually when you're a first round pick, you can afford to do those things. So we'll see. You much rather have that guarantee because you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. So you much rather have that, $75 million deal with, 38 of it guaranteed. So, I'm taken care of. I don't have to worry about anything else, but we'll see what happens. I think Cole Holcomb is next up. That's, if you want my honest opinion, I think Cole Holcomb is next up. And then maybe you get to a situation where Daron Payne gets his. I just don't see any more deals getting done before training camp. But with the way Terry's deal went and how early they got it done, it left them a little bit of operating space to maybe squeeze in one more deal prior to training camp. So it'd be interesting to see because you essentially have. They got the Terry deal done right around the 3rd of July or so, 3rd or 4th of July, somewhere in that mix. I want to say it might have even been like the 1st of July we found out about it, and then Terry put name to paper on I think it was the 6th of July, which was yesterday. So they essentially gave themselves a month worth of runway space to maybe bang out another contract or two before the start of camp. So it'll be interesting to see if they go ahead and re-up with Cole Holcomb before the start of the season, re-up with Daron Payne before the start of the season, or if they say, let's see how these dudes operate in year 3 of this system with Jack Del Rio. And if they don't perform at the level that we expect them to, then we will just play it by ear at the end of the season. So it's really going to be fascinating, because if we had a quarterback that we had to pay big money to, then I don't think you're even in a position to re-sign Daron Payne, because if you've already did it with Jonathan Allen, if you're thinking about doing it with Montez Sweat, who's up next, if you're thinking about doing it with Chase Young, who's after him, you can't do it with all 4 of those guys. It just really puts the numbers in a bind for you if you're looking to sign a quarterback. You know what I'm saying? If you've got a lot of money that you have to allocate to one particular position, this Terry deal, that's why I said it wasn't going to be hard to do. We don't have a quarterback that we're paying huge money to. I mean, we're paying Carson Wentz for 1 year of service right now, but nothing is guaranteed to him after this year. Now, they may have, if he plays well enough and they're confident that this is the guy, we don't have to look any further, then they may do something with him after the season. But, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. I think that's part of the equation that I don't think a lot of people are talking about. If Wentz is in fact the guy, the reason they didn't extend him this year is because they're not sure, right? He could bomb this year, absolutely stink up the joint, and they say, you know what? We got Sam Howell on the bench waiting in the wings. We're going to go ahead and start warming him up in the bullpen. Going to give that young fella a chance. Next year, Wentz, you're out of here. And then they may still draft another quarterback down the road, right? However, if Wentz is the guy and he proves it this year, lights it up, go to the playoffs, win a playoff game, and you see that we're really close and he's the guy that's going to take us over the top, now you got to do something with him. Now you can lower the cap number. Now you can start to figure out long-term what a deal for Carson Wentz looks like. And then that works into how you approach the rest of your free agents, because no guy on the team, free agent-wise, is more important than Wentz if he gets the job done in 2022. He supersedes everyone else, because you can have Terry, you can have 52 more Terrys on your football team. But if the quarterback position stinks, the rest of the team is still going to be mediocre. So they have to figure out his situation before they start signing a bunch of dudes. So I truly feel like they had to get Terry done. That was not optional. Daron Payne and Cole Holcomb are optional, okay? Those are guys that you want back, but you're not going to be tripping if somehow they get away from you. You'll be pissed, like you might have been pissed if J.D. McKissick got away from us, but you can live. You'll survive without J.D. McKissic. Same thing with Cole Holcomb and Daron Payne. It'll suck, but you'll survive. Terry McLaurin was one of those dudes. You can't survive without him. Organizationally, in the locker room, you can't survive if you let a guy that has done it the right way, did everything you asked of him, represented this team in the manner and the fashion that all owners around the league would hope one of their best players represents the team. That's what Terry McLaurin has done, is he set the gold standard for how you approach the game as a professional on and off the field. You can't let that guy leave. Not to be shitting on Daron Payne. Love the guy, want him here. He's getting in fights on the sidelines and shit. Okay? Not to say that that's passion. And if you've ever played sports, you know how it gets. It gets heated in the moment. In the heat of the battle, shit's not going well, and you feel like a dude ain't holding up his end of the bargain, and you one of those dudes that's not afraid of confrontation, you're going to approach that dude, you're going to talk your shit. Like, bro, step your goddamn game up. They running right up your gap, and you ain't doing shit about it, but you can't put your hand in another man's face. We already discussed that. That's one of the bro codes. That's a rule. You can't do that. You can't spit on another man, and you damn sure can't put your hands in another man's face and not expect some kind of physical altercation to take place. Ain't no Chris Rocks walking around here, okay? You ain't gonna put your damn hand in my face and not expect me to respond. So, again, I said all of that to say this. I think there could be one more deal before training camp. I wouldn't be shocked if there were. If there's not, it'll be interesting to see how these deals come as they approach the end of the season, because we will then know the verdict on Carson Wentz. We will know if this is a guy that should be back. We will know, all right, they're probably going to have to work out something with him deal-wise. And how that goes will probably determine the rest of the dominoes falling. So, interesting times, to say the least, but we're in a good spot. We're in a really good spot, and I really think this is a season where if everything falls into place, and it's tough because football is one of those sports where everybody feels good this time of the year. Why? Because they're healthy. They got all their players. They don't have any losses. Everything's looking bright. Even Seattle with Drew Lock and and Geno Smith potentially starting at quarterback, even they feel like they've got a shot right now because nobody can tell them that they don't, because the games haven't started yet. It could turn real quick though. 1 or 2 injuries here or there, and boom, your season turns on its head. We found that out last year. 13 snaps in offensively, and in comes Taylor Heineke for the remainder of the season, which I wasn't upset about. I know some of you wanted to see Ryan Fitzpatrick in a Washington uniform and see how that actually turned out. I was cool with watching it play out, but I already knew how that movie ended. Okay. I had already watched it, and I always tell people, be kind, rewind it. Look for the next guy, for the next team. He's been on 27 teams. So when that last team is done, all I ask is that you be kind, rewind, so that I can just pop the tape in and watch the movie all over again. I already know how it ends, though. I already know how the Ryan Fitzpatrick movie ends. This was the first time. This was the plot twist. This was the first time that the movie ended that abruptly for Ryan Fitzpatrick. I wanted to see the Taylor Heineke movie. I saw that movie. I don't need to see it again. Okay. I saw that movie. Don't need to see it again. So now the movie we're watching this year, we've watched it at other theaters, and it was okay. That first theater we saw this movie at, it was pretty goddamn good. But it's hard for sequels to top the original. But it's been done before, where one of the sequels has been better than the original. We're hoping that this sequel in this new theater is better than the original. Okay? We're hoping that it's not the same movie, but it's actually different, because the ending's different, where he doesn't get injured, where he actually plays the entire season, leads the team to the playoffs, and actually wins a playoff game. Maybe more playoff games. We don't have to just stop at 1. Let's be greedy. So, anyway, I digress. I want to talk about the schedules tonight because we've talked so much about this division having, as a whole, a soft schedule because of the divisions that we play. But what you can't account for, and this is why I really want to dive deep into the schedule tonight, just a nice deep dive into each team's schedule, including ours in the division, is because it's not the teams that you play, it's when you play them that makes all the difference in the world. Like last year, I talked about Philadelphia playing Atlanta week 1. That wasn't the same Atlanta Falcons team that we saw in week 3 or week 4, excuse me. That wasn't the same Falcons team that we saw in week 4 that they got in week 1 that didn't know if they were coming or going. Arthur Smith was just as lost as he could be on the sidelines in his first game as an NFL head coach. That was not the same Falcons team. Had they played the Falcons team that we played, I don't know if they win the game. I don't know if they win the game. But again, that's what happens when you play a team and now they're playing with a little bit more confidence. Now they're a little bit more comfortable. You know, that's why I'm always a proponent of playing a team in 1 or 2 spots. Either you play them right at the beginning of the season or you play them at the very end of the season, because one of 2 things is going to happen. At the very beginning of the season, nope, they don't know if they're good or not, okay? Because they might be thinking, hey, this is our year, and they might come out with a vengeance week 1, and you might get your ass beat. It could happen, right? However, if it's a young team, if it's a team that's still trying to figure some shit out, you want to jump them early while they're still trying to figure that shit out. You know, which is why I'm anxious to get my hands on Jacksonville, because they got a lot of new moving parts. You got a brand new head coach, and we know his offense. It's not like this shit is brand new and we don't know what to expect. We know what their offense is probably going to look like, all right, because we saw it in Philadelphia for years. So you got a whole new playbook. You got a bunch of new moving parts that they added into that mix. They got to grow and mesh together. So I'm hoping to catch those boys while they still trying to figure some shit out. By week 6, they would have figured out a lot of shit and they're ready to beat somebody's ass. So I'd rather get Jacksonville in week 1, or I'd rather get Jacksonville in week 17. Why? Because if they're not good, they've already packed it up for the season, okay? The veterans on that team, even the young boys that are still out to prove that they belong in the league, it's a mental thing at that point. Hey, we stink. And once you jump on them, they start to say, here we go again. So you want to either get them at the beginning of the season or you want to get them at the end of the season. You get them in the middle of the season, you don't know what you're getting. You know, you don't know what you're getting. So when do you play some of these teams is very interesting to me. I feel like each team in this division has a quirk to their schedule, and we're going to go over that tonight. And what I want to do before I get to the schedule, though, is I want to get to some of these super chats. Then we will knock the supers out that we have. We'll go to the schedule, recap that. And then if there are any supers after, we'll jump into those. If not, we'll get out of here. So let's get to some of these super chats, and then we will get to the schedule, and then we'll recap what was talked about with these schedules, because I find these schedules to be really fascinating. So let's see. Got a super chat here from Trevor Patch. Thank you for the super chat, Trevor Patch. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Trevor Patch writes, and thank you for being a member of the MOBB, writes, 100 push-ups or hello dollies. Hashtag off-season boredom. I do the 100 push-ups. Easy. Give me the 100. I want no smoke with the hello dollies. Give me the push-ups. I'll knock those out. And the 100 push-ups is not easy, trust me. But I'd much rather take my chance trying to eat that 100 with a couple of breaks in there than messing around with those hello dollies. Joe Castles, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Joe writes, we got this division. We're going to be just fine. I see them having a real good reason this year, a real good season, I think is what that's supposed to say, this year. Everybody feels that way right now, Joe. Detroit feels that way. Jacksonville feels that way. Houston feels that way. Philadelphia feels that way. The Giants feel that way. No team feels like they're going to suck this year. You may have one or two teams like, hey, man, I don't see how the hell we going to, like Seattle, come on, man. Let's keep it a buck. You're going to suck. Like, even when the U.S. Open was talking cold, hard cash to him, right, to that fan that was talking about how tennis isn't a real sport. And he's like, in his avatar, he had a picture of, Seattle. He's like, and this is coming from a fan that's about to watch 17 weeks of Drew Lock starting at quarterback. Okay, whatever, buddy. I mean, just absolutely murdered that dude. I mean, just killed him. DK Metcalf even had to step in. All right, bro, we get your point, man. All right, come on, man. Ease up. Like, even, you can't even say nothing. All you can say is just ease up on us, bro. Chill, okay? But most teams around the league, like, hey, we got a shot. We got a shot. So everybody thinks they're going to have a good season right now. Okay. I think after the first 6 weeks or so of the season, a lot of teams will be like, damn, our season's over already. I just don't want to be one of those teams. And I can't foresee how this year is one of those years, though. I don't see it. And if it is, man, was I wrong. I was way off. Okay. If we get to week 5 and we're over here talking about a code red game and, backs up against the wall, we talking about that shit at week 5 or 6. Something has gone horribly wrong with the 2022 season for the Washington Commanders. So I think it has a chance to be a good season, but we could talk all we want. They got to go out and they got to show and prove. First things first, you got to stay healthy. The next thing you have to do is you have to go out and execute. And then the last thing you have to do, you have to take advantage of opportunities that are presented to you. And you got to play all 3 phases of the game, and you got to play complementary football. And if we can do that, take care of football, do the things that winning teams do in this league, we'll have a shot. The roster is good enough. I think the roster is being undersold right now, honestly. And it's crazy because after the season was over, we were so down on this roster. I know I was. I can't speak for you. And I felt like we had so many holes that we needed to address on this roster. And I felt like they've done a pretty good job of addressing a lot of those needs on this football team. And, just bringing back some guys from injury and some of those things, it quells some of those issues that we had. But also, what they were able to do in the draft and, what they were able to do in free agency, even a low-key signing like F.A. Obata makes me feel damn good about the defensive end depth, more so than I did last year. I feel good when Chase Young returns, whenever that is, and we don't know exactly when that's going to be, but whenever he does finally return, I feel good about the rotation with Young, Sweat, Obata, and then James Smith-Williams, as your 4 guys that you're rotating in and out of the lineup. And then I don't know what the young boys are going to do, what William Bradley King is going to do. I don't know what Shaka Toney. I don't know what he's going to do in year 2 and if they're going to be a level of growth there or not. But I'm excited to see if those guys have a jump in their second year and get a little bit more acclimated to the speed of the game, the power of some of these tackles, the athleticism, and what they have to do to try to get to the quarterback, stop the run, and all of those good things. So I like the depth, just by adding one guy, even up front on the offensive line. We didn't know we were going to lose Matt Ioannidis or Eric Flowers, but I like the moves that they've made to offset the loss of Brandon Sheriff and now Eric Flowers on the offensive line. I think we're going to be just fine with guys that are familiar with John Masco as the offensive line coach. So, still a bit of a concern on the defensive line, especially inside at defensive tackles. I think there's still a bit of a concern there, especially if we're not able to stay healthy. And I don't want to jinx it. I don't want to talk about health. But if we're not able to do that, that could be a problem for us inside. But we talked about middle linebacker. Well, guess what? We think we figured that out. Condense the linebacker room by a player and shrink the amount of snaps to even less, because I think last year we barely were in 3 linebacker sets all that often anyway. But you shrink it even more and say, look, we're really not putting 3 linebackers on the field. That third linebacker, if we so choose to do that, will be the Buffalo nickel, and more likely than not will be a safety. So I think they've eliminated that issue by just saying, hey, we're just going to play Jamin Davis and Cole Holcomb at linebacker, because I still don't love the depth at linebacker, and I don't think anybody else out there really truly does. But if you don't have to play a bunch of linebackers and we stay relatively healthy at that position, you have nothing to worry about. So we'll see. I say that, and we still don't know what we're going to get out of Jamin Davis. I feel confident that now that he doesn't have to worry about, playing multiple positions, but just really needs to focus in on playing outside linebacker, I think he's going to be just fine this year. Anyway, I said all of that to say this. I have a good feeling about this year as well, but I've had good feelings about seasons in the past, and it didn't turn out that well for the good guys. So we will see. But this feels different because we have a quarterback, or at least we think we have a quarterback. That gives us a fighting chance. That's all you can ask for. Thank you for that super chat, Joe Castles. All right, got a super chat here from Duncan Wright. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, Duncan Wright. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, hey, T, ready for some knowledge? Pro Football Focus has Eagles as 6th most talented team. And by the way, you stay there. I got more knowledge to drop. You stay on you. You stay. I'm not going anywhere. I'll be here for a little while. Duncan, clearly you haven't been watching me very long, but let me quickly enlighten you. I could give 2 shits about PFF. Okay. Don't trust them. Don't love them. And when people like to run those numbers my way, hey, it's cool. All right. Numbers are cool. And I've always said, people always like to say, numbers don't lie, people do. Numbers can be misleading, however, because you can frame numbers in any way you want to fit a narrative. If you're making an argument in numbers, you can find numbers to support your argument if you look hard enough. Okay. But we don't even know if those numbers are accurate. Saying that a team has the 6th best roster in the league is an opinion to PFF. They're going off of their rankings. I don't give a shit about their rankings, so I don't care about what they're talking about. So that's cool. Some of y'all live and swear by PFF. I don't. So doesn't make me one bit of difference what PFF says. But hey, as long as that makes you feel good and helps you sleep at night, Duncan, knock your socks off, my man. Thank you for the super chat, Duncan Wright. Trevor Patch, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Duncan or Trevor Patch. My guy Trev writes, in Florida, guess what I made sure I had? Hashtag Poncho Life. You know what? It's funny you say that. I don't know if I ever told the story about when we went to Disney in Florida. In Kissimmee, or right outside of Kissimmee. I think it's in Orlando, right? And Kissimmee's right outside of Orlando, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, we went to the park the first day. We went each of the 3 days we were there, I believe. We went to Disney. Obviously, there are multiple parts there, and you can't see everything in one setting. I think if you want to see the entire park, you've got to probably go multiple times. I don't see how anybody could get – hell, I think you could spend just a week going through the park with the animals. I forget which one. I think it's Animal Kingdom is the one where, they have all the animals. Sheesh. We just went to Africa. And we were done after just going to Africa. We didn't get to go anywhere else, So, anyway, long story short, we went to Epcot the first day, which was the worst. Epcot sucks. It's for old people. That first day, and we get to the end of our first day. We're about to leave. We're making a decision on whether we want to hit one more, little ride for the kids or not. And then out of nowhere, the clouds open up and buckets of rain just start coming down. I mean, and my wife was pregnant with the twins at the time. So I'm pushing her in a wheelchair. So I tried to go under this little bridge or whatever, but it was so narrow and it was raining sideways that we were just getting plastered. And she's like, babe, it's not working. So, this is the dead heat of COVID still last summer. So I wasn't interested in going into the gift shop, which is where everybody went to get away, from the rain and duck and seek cover. But we didn't have a choice. We were getting pounded. And so we went in the gift shop and we tried to sit right by the door, and they didn't want anybody blocking the front door entrance to the door. We just tried to stay where the air was flowing in, and it was a mess. So what that store did was they took full advantage of an opportunity. I'm pretty sure they do this every single time because this is the shit that happens in Florida. It'll rain, pouring cats and dogs for 35 minutes, and then the sun will come out, dry up all the rain, and you'll forget that it even rained. And you're like, man, it was just pouring down an hour and a half ago. Well, it's now 93 degrees. It's baking out here, and most of that rain's gone. Anyway, that wasn't this day, okay? It rained, and we just like, oh, it's Florida. It'll pass. It'll stop raining in 10 minutes. 10 minutes turned into 15. 15 turned into 30. 30 turned into 45. 45 turned into an hour and 15. And then finally we said, we got to get the hell out of here because it's not letting up. And what they did was they took advantage. They were selling umbrellas. They were selling ponchos. They were selling some of everything. And nobody had any of that stuff because it wasn't supposed to rain. So I'm a genius. I think I told this story in my podcast. Maybe I did. I'm a genius. I have my wife in the wheelchair. She's got my oldest, our son in her lap. And my idea was I'll just hold the umbrella with my neck and I'll wheel us to safety. And I said, you get an umbrella, babe. I get an umbrella. You hold the umbrella over you guys. I'll hold the umbrella over you guys and a little bit over me. I'm less worried about myself, more worried about you guys. And I'll wheel you through this 2 feet of water. Well, everybody else was buying ponchos. And the ponchos looked like trash and they cost way too much in my mind for a damn poncho. I'm like, I'd rather go with the umbrella. I can use this multiple times. Well, the umbrella was just as bad, if not worse, because it was cheap as hell, first and foremost. And soon as I went outside, and it was windy too. Soon as I went outside and I start pushing that whole, I'm going to hold the umbrella with my chin, that shit went out the window because the first thing that happened was the wind took my umbrella, turned that shit inside out. So, and mind you, I had on slides. Again, wasn't expecting rain. Okay. So feet are soaked, splashing through water, pushing the wheelchair. And I'm hauling ass with this wheelchair, right? I'm moving as fast as I can. And then the a gust of wind comes, takes my umbrella right from me. Woof! Shit's flying, right? And it's like it happened in slow motion. The umbrella flies out of my hand and it's spinning through the air like this. And there's a little kid. He can't be any more than 4 years old, probably more like 3. And there's a person that's under a barricade trying to wait out the rain, an older person, and they yell to the little kid, look out! And the little kid turns around just in time for the umbrella to split him right between the eyes. Bah! And I watched it happen. It was like slow motion. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, 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 doom. I'm like, oh shit, the umbrella's gonna hit the little kid. Bow! I can't stop. I can't stop. I can't stop. I got to keep going. Now we're getting soaked, right? Feel bad about the little kid, but again, the umbrella was like, it was like a feather, right? It couldn't have hurt that bad. Anyway, I felt bad. So I'm still hauling ass. All right, we have to return the wheelchair. Then I have to run out to the car, go get the vehicle, while they stay where the little wheelchair concession is, where they can take it back, and it's covered. So they stood there. I went and got the car, ran through all that water, and my slides came off. I had a bag that I was carrying like bottled water, all the little necessities for the day. Of course, that shit would split in half, right? As I'm running. Go figure, right? Like the one time you need the bag to stay intact, it splits open, all your shit comes out. The lady's like, hey, sir, you dropped your stuff. Because I'm hauling ass. I didn't even realize it. Got to go back, pick up the glasses, the water, all the stuff that was in the bag. My slides are flying all over the damn place. Eventually, I got in the car. So, long story short, I didn't mean to bore you with that story. If I haven't told it already, if I told it already, I'm sorry that you had to hear it again. Because normally that's a podcast type of thing. But long story short, if you go to Florida, bring an umbrella. Even if there is no chance of rain, bring it anyway. Or in the case of Trevor Patch, bring your poncho. And have a good one, too. Don't have one of those piece of shit, souvenir ponchos. Get a real poncho. Anyway, I digress. Let's see. My guy, Bad Dizzle. All right. Love to hear it. All right. I'm going to get at you in the comment section. I'm going to hit you up on IG and we will coordinate. My guy. Awesome. Let's see. King of the North. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, King of the North, writes, my grades for the coaching staff. Your thoughts, culture, B-, or culture, excuse me, B+. Motivating players, A. Roster building, B. Player development, D. An F on defense, okay. Innovation, D. In-season adjustments, D-. Game planning, C. Long-term plan, C+. Okay. Excuse me. I like the grade for culture. I think I would have given them a B on motivating players. Roster building, I think B is solid. I like that grade. Player development, I think I'm right there with you. I might have even given them a D-. Especially like you said on defense, where I feel like we've underachieved. Don't think we're creative enough, which goes to the next one of your categories, innovation. That's a D, maybe even a D-, especially on defense. Again, I just don't think we do enough with what we have defensively. We should be more dominant defensively, especially up front. Even if you don't love the back end, even if you don't love the linebackers, we should be creating havoc up front and really forcing teams to adjust to what we have and not us doing the opposite and having to adjust to what they're doing. In-season adjustments, D-. I think I would probably lean closer to a C+, because I even felt like last year when we realized, okay, we can't win football games with Taylor Heineke at quarterback slinging the bad boy 35 times. That's a recipe for disaster. We got away with it against the Giants. We got away with it against the Falcons. But as the season wore on and there were games like New Orleans and Kansas City where he threw it a bunch and he threw up all over himself, you realize, okay, we need to scale that back. We need to run the football, be a lot more physical up front in the trenches. If we got to win games 17-15, so be it. And we morphed into a different team for a pocket of games there. That 4-game win streak, we were a totally different team after the bye for those first 4 games. So I would say that we actually adjusted to the personnel that we had, to what our roster spoke to us and said. We did the things that we had to do to win football games in any means necessary. So I would say that in-season adjustments, the grade might be slightly higher there. I'd actually go towards more of a C+ in that department. Game planning, a C. I think that's about right. I think that's pretty solid, spot on there. Long-term plan, C+. I would even put that at a B-, with the move to go get Wentz. Look, they didn't have a plan. They just knew they needed a quarterback. I think they were like, we'll go after any quarterback that's out there. They went after Matthew Stafford. So clearly they knew they needed a quarterback. And then drafting Sam Howell, I think, even gives you a little bit more breathing room just in the event that this Wentz experiment doesn't go the way that you intended. At least you got a young guy that you're developing and molding right now that I'm not saying he's the answer if Wentz doesn't work, but at least there's another guy that you can trot out there to give you an opportunity to maybe win some football games. So I like the long-term plan. I've said Ron's plan. I've been singing that since Ron got here. And I think that the plan is still intact. I think this is the year where we really need to start seeing some, fruits of all of the labor that they've put in over the last 2 years going into year 3. I think this is the year you have to finally start to see everything, all the culture stuff, the culture building, all of the, different things that we've done from a roster standpoint, all the roster building, all of the continuity things that we've done from the staff to some of the players that are here. All of that stuff needs to come to a head this year, and it needs to start resulting in victory. So I think your grades are pretty good, man. I got no real qualms with anything. There are a couple of grades that I would go, slightly different than you, but I think you pretty much nailed it on the head. It's a pretty good super chat there, King of the North. I enjoyed that one a ton. Got another super chat here from Trevor Patch. My guy, Trev, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Trevor writes, you ask how the mob felt about the season. I was excited, but then I felt dirty and thought, is this how Raiders fans feel? Are we the Raiders? It's funny you bring it up. I got a Raider buddy of mine that, he was never one of those fans that we went in the Super Bowl this year and you haven't been to the playoffs in a decade. He wasn't that guy, but I knew some Raiders fans that were was that guy. They were that guy that would talk about, hey, we gonna win the Super Bowl. We gonna win the AFC West this year. And I'm like, Kansas City's won it like 8 years in a row, and they got Patrick Mahomes, and you have Derek Carr. No, you're not winning the division. Number one, I don't even think you're making the playoffs. And 2, you're definitely not winning the Super Bowl. So no, we're not the Raiders, but there are fans in this fan base that does make me feel at times like we were the Raiders when they would be talking about winning Super Bowls and they weren't even going to make the playoffs, and they hadn't made the playoffs in like 7-8 years. But no, I don't think that this fan base is that delusional, but we do have some delusional fans in the fan base. Trust me, I'm aware. But I think this offseason has given you a reason to feel like there's a chance. Yeah, I'm not saying that we're going to, again, I'm not telling you we're going to win 12 or 13 games. It'd be nice if we did, but it's reasonable to think we can win 10 games this year. It's reasonable to think that 11 is potentially doable. And if, we get hot and we win a game or two that we have no business winning and we really start to play with confidence and we stay relatively healthy, okay, 12 may be, within reach, but it's reasonable with the schedule that we have and the way that it's set up, I think, which is really important to keep noting. And, the talent that we have on this roster, I think it's very plausible that 10, 11 wins is within, striking distance. So that's not out of bounds when you've been at 7 wins the last 2 years. Last year, doing it with a, ridiculous impacted roster from COVID and injuries and having the toughest schedule in all of football. No one else faced what we faced last year. We've gone through this exercise already. And to win 7 games, I just don't see how you don't win 10 this year. And I know each season is its own entity and can't go off of what you did last year or even the year before that. But I look at this team, I look at the way that this thing has been built and the message that has been conveyed to the players over the last 2 years. And I just feel like everything's been set in motion for this season to go the way that it's supposed to go, to then set the stage and the foundation for the seasons that follow thereafter, where we expect to win double-digit games, not hoping that this is the year we finally win 10 games or more. We'll see what happens, though. Thank you for the super chat, Trevor Patch. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy, Metaphor. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB Rights. Lou, the media disrespect. Can't wait. You know what it is, man. You know what it is. Bart Scott. Can't wait. We'll see. Look, I can't say that we didn't earn some of this disrespect. Some of it is flagrant. I mean, it's flagrant. It's blatant to the point where you're like, okay, you have a bias against us. You really don't like us for whatever reason. And that's fine. It's cool. Just because you become a member of the media doesn't mean you stop being a fan. Like a lot of people forget that these members of the media, they were fans of other teams, or they are human beings first and foremost. They have a rooting interest. You know, in certain walks of life, you're supposed to be neutral and objective. But look, you're human. And if you grew up a New York Giants fan and you hate Washington, then you hate Washington. So at the end of the day, I take it all in stride. We know what we know about our team, and that's all that matters to me. I always tell you guys, we all we got. We all we need. That's it. So we'll see what happens. Thank you for the super chat. Metaphor. Duncan Wright, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Duncan Wright, who writes, even Skip, who's a Dallas fan, we all know this, says Eagles got just gonna say better. I don't care what Skip Bayless says. You kidding me? Duncan, you bringing me a lot of useless facts tonight. A lot of useless opinions, I should say, not facts. A lot of useless opinions tonight. Again, if you're going to bring something to the table, make sure it has nutritional value. Okay, you bringing me a lot of stuff with empty calories tonight, a lot of sugary carbs. I don't need it, bro. I don't need it, man. As good as that honey bun looks, I don't need it. Not going to do one thing for me, okay? Tastes delicious, though. But I'm good. I'm going to pass on that. I don't need your Powerade. I'm not over here sweating. I don't need to replace any electrolytes. I don't need your Gatorade, bro. Hold on to it. Thank you once again for the super chat. Chill Dude, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Chill Dude, thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Writes, soft schedules all around, need to beat teams we're supposed to beat. If we do this, we are a playoff team, in my opinion. That's what we've been saying from the word go when this schedule was released. If you want to play bonus football, it's not hard. This equation, it's whether Dallas takes care of business, Philadelphia takes care of business, the Giants take care of business. All of that is a moot point. You can get 4 teams from one division with this new format where 7 teams make the playoffs. You can get 4 teams from one division. If every team is about that life, go and get it. Okay? All you have to do is crown one team from that wins the division from each of the other divisions, and then all the other divisional spots or playoff spots can come from one division. All 4 of them. So it's not like it used to be where, hey, you can only get 3 teams at most from a division. All 4 of the teams in the division. Now, no one expects the Giants to make the playoffs. And that's what might make them scary this year, is that we're all just counting them out. Just saying, oh, well, the Giants, they're an afterthought. You know, it's all about Dallas, Philly, and then, you know, Washington sneaking up on people. The Giants are like, hey, what about us? And everybody's like, what about you? So at the end of the day, we've been talking about just taking care of business. Whether Dallas takes care of business, Philly takes care of business, that should be of no consequence to us. The only thing that has an impact on is winning the division. And I've already said, I want to win a division where I'm 13-4, Dallas is 12-5, Philadelphia is 11-6, and that you had to go out and take the division and win it by winning football games, not by backdooring your way to 9-8 because the rest of the division stinks. I want iron to sharpen iron, because when you play in a division that's brutal, that's usually where the best teams come out and shine. You want to know why Green Bay gets to the playoffs in the NFC Championship game and soils themselves every year? You want to know why? Because they're playing Chicago twice a year, Detroit twice a year, and Minnesota twice a year. And they're smoking that division every year. And when they get to the playoffs, they haven't been tested enough. They play these soft-ass schedules every year, this Green Bay, it seems like. And they win these games. They win 13 games. They run the check up in the win total. And they get to the playoffs, and they see some real teams. They get smacked in the mouth, and they don't know how to respond. But when you've been battle tested, when you're Kansas City, when you're the Raiders or you're the Chargers, when you're the Bengals or you're the Ravens, you're the Steelers, you know why those teams routinely make the playoffs and then make deep runs? Is because they're battle tested. I remember Tennessee, that division stinks, right? But you know what? Their schedule was brutal. I remember one year Tennessee played everybody. Cincinnati, they played Kansas City, they played the Chargers, and they beat everybody, all the good teams, the teams in the NFC, teams in the AFC. And you know what I said? That team's battle tested. So it wasn't a shock to me when they went to the playoffs and they won a game or two. When you're battle tested throughout the season, you're not going to bitch up at the first sign of adversity. You're not running and ducking and looking to seek cover. So when somebody smacks you in the mouth, you see a little bit of blood, you're not losing your damn mind. You get smacked in the mouth and you get a little trickle. You say, oh, shit, it's like that. That's how we going to do it today? All right, let's do it then. I want this division to be good. That's why when Dallas made it to the playoffs last year with Philadelphia, you know why they got smoked in the first round of the playoffs? They played in a bitch-ass division. That's why. They weren't battle-tested. The Eagles were playing the Jets and the Lions and the Falcons and shit like that. Cowboys weren't that much better. The division was trash. So you know what? When they showed up to the playoffs and they played teams like San Francisco and Tampa Bay that played in much tougher divisions that were much more battle-tested, man, they ran through their ass like a hot knife through butter. I don't want our division to be that way. I want our division to be sharpening each other. Iron sharpens iron. Okay? We're not iron sharpening iron. In this division, either everybody's got a butter knife or one team's got the knife and the rest of us are wood and they just chopping wood. All right? One team's got an axe and everybody else is just wood and they not sharpening shit. They dulling their knife by chopping away at this wood. Pause. I want this division to be good. But to your point, if we take care of business, whether it's enough to win a division or not, you take care of business, you win 11 games, you go into the playoffs. Just do what you're supposed to do. And again, easier said than done when teams are looking at us on their schedule like food. If we were the Green Bay Packers, then there is this notion of just beat the teams you're supposed to beat because you're the Packers. You're supposed to beat them. You do it all the time. That's not us. We're the team that other teams say, hey, you better beat Washington. Okay? They're giving you a dub. You better take it. You know what the saying is this year, but in case you forgot, change the narrative. Thank you for the super chat, chill dude. See. Got another super chat here from my guy, Derek B. Thank you for the super chat, Derek B. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Derek B. writes, love Ron has cut most that were part of the losing culture. 99 and 90 have not played well enough to say we have any say on Payne extension. CS, WJ, Jamin Davis, Chase Young are big ifs. You're not wrong. William Jackson, all of those dudes that you mentioned. You're not wrong about that. But we have to see. We have to see. But I don't want to hear that those guys aren't talented enough because they are talented. And you know that. We both know that. Okay. And if they were coached better, I think we would be getting more production out of 90 and 99. And as far as those two guys and their long-term futures in Washington and the impact that has on the Daron Payne contract extension, you'd be a fool, and I know you're a smarter guy than that, to not think that those have a bearing or impact on what they do with Daron Payne. Because again, I don't think you're in a position to re-sign all of those guys, especially if Wentz, and this is why I think they're kind of on the fence about this, because let's say that Young comes back, and I'm assuming he's going to miss the first portion of the season. Let's say he misses the first 6 weeks of the season, starts the season on the PUP list, and isn't activated until week 6. So if you miss the first 6 weeks of the season, you're allowed to have, 6.5, 7 sacks and feel like that's a good season. right? So let's say he has 7.5 sacks, equals the amount he had as a rookie. So we say, okay, he's getting back to that shit. Disruptive, playmaker, does all the things that we know he's capable of. We're talking about Chase Young here. Montez Sweat finally breaks through, right? He's been on the cusp. He's been at 9 sacks. He's been at 7 sacks. He finally breaks through. Gets us 12.5 sacks and is dominant against the run like he always is. Are you telling me that in their minds, they're thinking about, oh, we got to re-sign Daron Payne before we re-sign Montez Sweat? Hell no. They're like, yo, we need to re-sign Montez Sweat first. And if we got to slap the franchise tag, which is not as much, franchise tag on Daron Payne, so be it, if we want to keep him. But Montez Sweat becomes priority number 1. Of course, that's if Carson Wentz isn't priority number 1. If he goes out, plays well, and balls, he becomes priority number 1. Then Sweat becomes priority number 2. And then Payne, to me, is the next guy up. So I know you're a Daron Payne guy. And I don't want to shit on Daron Payne. I've already told you. He's a key cog on this defense. He's one of the few guys we can rely on to be in the lineup week in, week out. But has he been worthy of the 13th pick in the draft? I'll leave that to you. I'm going to leave that as an open-ended question. He's been good. 13th pick in the draft, good? I don't know. I'll let you guys decide. Duncan Wright, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat, Duncan Wright, who writes, give Jalen his due, damn it. Eagles went 4 for 4 to get in the playoffs. Thank you, Jalen. How about thank you, run game? How about thank you, Jalen's legs? And Wentz couldn't even best the Jaguars. Ha, ha, ha. No Colts quarterback has bested the Jacksonville Jaguars in Jacksonville. And the Colts have had 4 different starting quarterbacks each of the last 4 years, going all the way back to Andrew Luck. So, I mean, you can laugh about it if you want, but didn't the Jacksonville Jaguars also best the Buffalo Bills and held them to 6 points last year? So you can laugh about Jacksonville if you want, but you catch Jacksonville on the wrong day and you can get got. The Colts got and that's family business. Anyway, that's something you might not never know nothing about, Duncan. So anyway, he said, by the way, Wentz had 44 fumbles since I'm guessing that's 2018. Wentz couldn't even best the Jaguars. Facts. Again, he didn't beat the Jags. That's facts. He said, and I watched the game. He didn't play well. His team didn't play well in that game. But that's not here nor there. It's facts. He didn't get the job done against Jacksonville. So, and he has fumbled the football. Wentz has been known to do too much. And I've said he's one of those guys in the league, and there are a lot of quarterbacks like that. Joe Burrow is another one of those dudes. There are a plethora of those guys in the league that don't know when to say when. Play is over. There's nothing here to be had. You gotta know it ain't shit I can get done here, man. Just let it go. And there are a lot of guys in the league that, despite the play being over and there's nowhere to go with the football, the defense won this snap. They won this rep. You just got to give them credit. Throw the ball out of bounds. They still want to try to force it into a tight window, throwing back across their body. You know, they break a sack and they try to break another one, and here comes somebody else. They're not protecting the football. Ball comes out. Yeah, that's been Carson Wentz throughout his career. I'm not going to sugarcoat that. We're hoping that we put a lot of that to rest by protecting him up front and that he doesn't have to run for his life anymore. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Big Money Sonny, my guy. Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, why burn RFK down? Why not Snyder's yacht? I don't know what happened to RFK, but I did see that it was on fire and that they were trying to, no one got hurt or anything like that. But it's just sad how it looks. I was seeing some of the images and there was grass on the field. And, and when I say that, obviously it's a stadium, but it's like, it's dirt. Everywhere is dirt. And then the grass was coming up through the dirt. It almost looked like it was like cement in there. it's uncapped. Obviously, there's nothing going on there, and there's nothing that has been going on in RFK for years. But still, you'd love to see them. Honestly, they should tear that down and build the stadium right there where it used to be, but it's not happening. So I don't even talk about that anymore. Anyway, I digress. Take this super chat, and then we'll get into the schedules, and then we'll come back to the comment section afterwards. Got a super chat here from Dylan Hinton. Thank you for the super chat, Dylan. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Dylan writes, are you going to bring back Washington Football Nightly during the season? I'm glad to catch the live stream tonight. Appreciate you, Dylan, and I'm so glad you got to catch it as well. Of course, I'm bringing back. It won't be called Washington Football Nightly, obviously, because now we actually have a name. But yes, I will be bringing that back. That is a staple of the Louie T Network, and so you will be able to expect a show every single night, Monday through Friday, that will get you prepared for the upcoming opponent. So that will start in September, and you'll know in advance when you can look forward to that. But it's usually the week of the first game of the season. So it'll probably be, I think our first game is September the 11th, if I'm not mistaken. So it'll probably be September the 5th or something along those lines where the first episode will premiere, and then we'll go from there. So, but you'll know, trust me, you'll know well in advance when that's about to get kicked off. So thank you for the super chat, Dylan. Greatly appreciate you. So we'll stay right there. Mr. Romby has a schedule comment that is perfect. We will stop right there, and we will jump into the schedules now. And I'm going to start in, you know how I do things. To the victors, go the spoils. So we start with the team that won the division a year ago, and that is, of course, the Dallas Cowboys. So we'll look at the Cowboys schedule first. We'll then migrate to the Philadelphia Eagles. We'll go to the Giants. We should be third, technically, but we'll be nice to the family members. They're at our house. We'll allow them to have a seat on the couch, and we'll just cop a squat over here on a stool. So we'll go last, knock the Giants schedule out, and then we'll take a look at our schedule before getting back to the comment section. So let's take a look at this Dallas schedule real quick. And I'm going to go through the schedule real quick once, and then I'm going to give you my deep dive into the schedule as we get in depth and I look at certain pockets of the schedule. So let's run through it real quick, and then we'll get to the meat and potatoes of this schedule. So week one, they are home. So it's essentially, it's almost like college football when you sign a contract, with a home and home with the team. And it's funny because in college football, you'll sign that contract. Notre Dame will sign a home and home to play Michigan in 2027 and 2028. You're not thinking about that shit. That's 8 years down the road. And then it shows up. You're like, oh, shit, we got Michigan this year. And then the next year, you got to go to their building. That's essentially what it feels like they did with Tampa Bay. Last year, if you remember, Dak was coming off of the ankle injury. We didn't know what to expect from Dak. And the Buccaneers had just come off of winning the Super Bowl. No one ever loses that game. When they win the Super Bowl, they ring, on banner night, essentially. And Dallas came in there, and if they hadn't turned the football over, I think the Buccaneers had about 4 or 5 turnovers in that game. But if Dallas didn't miss like 3 field goals, they would have won that football game. Anyway, it was a hell of a football game to kick off the season. They're going to do it again. It was so nice. They're going to do it again, so they're going to run it back and do it twice. This time, though, Sunday Night Football, big boy stage, Buccaneers at the Dallas Cowboys. Week 2, Cincinnati. So right out of the gate, you're getting the team that won the Super Bowl 2 years ago and a team that was in the Super Bowl last year. That's a pretty rough start if you're Dallas. But, again, we'll talk about that. At the Giants on a Monday night. So, again, it's the Giants, right? But it's still family business. It's on the road on a Monday night. That's not easy. That's not easy at all. Then home for us, at the Rams, at the Eagles in back-to-back weeks. Then things start to soften up a bit. Home for the Lions, home for the Bears, get a bye week, come off of the bye, at Green Bay, at Minnesota. Then you go week 12, home for the Giants. That's on Thanksgiving, okay? So you're home for the Giants. I can't recall the last time the Cowboys played the Giants on Thanksgiving. That's a weird spot for the Giants. Normally, Dallas plays us or they play some AFC team or some random NFC team. Like they played the Raiders, I think, last year. The year before that, they played us on Thanksgiving. It's usually us or an AFC team, or that one year they played Carolina and got their asses whooped. But it's usually like Miami or Buffalo one year came in there and beat them up good. It's usually either an AFC team or us. It's the Giants. That's a weird spot, but I like it. I like it a lot. Because normally they play the Giants on Sunday Night Football. They're not getting them on Sunday night this year. So I guess the schedule maker said, well, Giants and Cowboys, you never can go wrong with that one. So they put it on Thanksgiving. Anyway, they got the Colts at home, followed by the Texans at home, then at Jacksonville. Then you've got home for the Eagles, at the Titans on a Thursday night late in the season, and then week 18 at Washington, to be determined in terms of when that game will be played. If that's not for all the marbles, then they'll probably play it on that Sunday. If it is for all the marbles, they might play it on the Saturday. Might play it on Saturday. We'll see. Anyway, now let's deep dive into this thing. So first thing I want to look at, the first pocket, is the first 6 weeks of the season. We talked about how soft our schedule was to start and how the NFL schedule makers are giving us an opportunity. Whether we take it or not is on us. But the schedule makers are giving us an opportunity to get off to a good start if we so choose. The schedule makers are doing the opposite for Dallas. In essence, they're saying, hey, Dallas, if you're good, prove it. Your schedule's going to get softer as you go on, right? But you might be playing catch up if you don't take care of business right out of the gate. So we're going to find out a lot about Dallas early in the season, because they may ultimately win 12 games, 11 games, 10 games. But if they struggle in this first pocket and then get healthy when they start playing Detroit and Chicago, Jacksonville and Houston, if they start to rev it up then, and they may become a dangerous team because a lot of that stuff is backloaded. We'll talk about that. It could be beneficial to them, but it could also be detrimental to them if they get off to a 2-4 start. 1-5. I can't see how they get off to a 1-5 start, but it could happen. I could see 2-4 easily in this stretch where they only beat Washington and the Giants. They could lose to Tampa, Cincinnati, the Rams, and Philadelphia. That's on the road. And start 2-4. They could go 1-5, lose to us or the Giants, or both. There's no way they're going 0-6. But the likelihood is Dallas is going to navigate their way through this thing no worse than 3-3, right? And if they can do that, they'll put themselves in a position to really start to get healthy from a win-loss perspective and standpoint. So to me, home for Tampa on a Sunday night, at home for Cincinnati the following week, two big-time opponents right out of the gates. Okay, that could easily be 0-2. That could easily be 1-1. And, Dallas has been known to step their game up to their level of competition. That could be 2-0. And if they're 2-0 after the first 2 weeks, we might have a problem on our hands. Okay? We might be in trouble from a divisional standpoint. Okay? But that could easily be 0-2 right out of the gates. Then you go to the Giants on a Monday night, and if you're 0-2, if you're 1-1 and the first win was against Tampa, but you lost in week 2, you don't want to lose in week 3 to the Giants on a Monday night. Put you in a tough spot, especially if Washington is 3-0, playing confident ball coming to your place in week 4. Could happen. So I love the fact that they get off to a tough start. Their schedule sort of front loaded with their tough games, back loaded with the softies. But you get Tampa Bay, Super Bowl 2 years ago, playoff team from a season ago. Cincinnati, Super Bowl team from last year, playoff team from last year. Giants and Washington, family business. Doesn't matter how good those teams are. They're going to play Dallas tough because it's family business. Rams, Super Bowl winning team. That's on the road, mind you. Dallas is going to travel, take over that stadium, make it a home game. Doesn't matter. Still on the road. And it's still the Super Bowl defending champions. Eagles, playoff team from last year. Again, Dallas has their number, knows how to play them and beat them still on the road, and that's on Sunday night. So you got a Sunday night, a Monday night, and a Sunday night in the first 6 weeks. 2 of those 3 games are on the road that are on prime time, and 4 of your first 6 are against playoff teams from a season ago. We're going to find out a lot about Dallas in the first 6 weeks of the season. They come out of that stretch anything less than 3-3, and they're not as good as advertised. Now, they may end up getting their shit together, winning some games, running off, a streak where they win 7 out of 8. But I'm going to always harken back to the early portion of the season when they struggled against good football teams. So we're going to find out a lot about Dallas. All right. But then this next stretch of games is interesting. And this is the quirk in the Dallas Cowboys schedule. So the next 5 weeks, weeks 7 through 11, they play the entire NFC North. All 4 of those teams in that division, Dallas gets them in order, okay, with a bye sandwiched in between. All 4 of their NFC North games are gone just like that. They use them up. Bears, Lions, Bears, bye, Green Bay, Minnesota, okay? 2 at home, 2 on the road. We talked about the importance of taking care of that division and the AFC South, the other division that we play. Speaking of which, after that stretch of 5 weeks with a bye in between, so you play all 4 of the NFC North teams, got a bye in there, so 5-week stretch, you play all 4 NFC North teams. You get the Giants on Thanksgiving, right? Home game, Giants, Thanksgiving on a Thursday. And then you turn around and you do the exact same thing again. A 5-week stretch in which you play the entire AFC South. So you get Indy, home for Houston, at Jacksonville, Philadelphia for the second time and final time in the season, and then at Tennessee on a Thursday night. All 4 AFC South teams backloaded on the schedule. In a 5-week span, they're going to play that whole entire division just like they did the NFC North. So Dallas's schedule is set up for them to get hot late in the season if they're playing confident football, because they play what we think is the worst division in football, back end of the schedule. So if they can navigate that early portion, get to the NFC North, then the AFC South, Dallas could be set up for, 12, 13 wins. But again, you got to navigate it. And they got to get out of the blocks fast. You get out of the blocks stumbling at 2-4, that could snowball, and you could find yourself at home losing to Chicago. You could find yourself at Minnesota getting your doors blown off. It could spiral out of control if you don't start the season off good if you're Dallas. But the opportunity to bounce back from a 2-4 start is there. It's built into the schedule. So I just find it interesting that there are 2 pockets there for Dallas with the 2 divisions that we play. It's not broken up. You don't get Jacksonville in week 1 and then Tennessee in week 5 and then Houston in week 11. And then at the end of the season, you get Tennessee. Nope. They get all 4 of their AFC South games. They get all 4 of their NFC North games. Boom, 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 back to back to back to back. We'll see what they do with that. It's an interesting schedule, to say the least. And then obviously you finish up the season at Washington, to be determined whether that game is on a Saturday or a Sunday. If that game has any playoff implications, I think it's going to be played on Saturday. If that's a winner takes all type of deal, then, they love to put those on Sunday night at the end of the season, final game of the NFL regular season slate. But they may be doing it a little bit differently this year because of these TBDs at the end of the season. I know ESPN is like, yo, we want some more heat at the end of the year, which is that Saturday slate of games. So you may get a game where if no other teams are getting a competitive advantage by these 2 teams playing, if the only impact is to the division title, you could put that game on a Saturday. It's an isolated game. If what happens in that game determines whether a team has to play hard or not on Sunday, they won't do it because they don't want to give another team a competitive advantage. So we'll see how that shakes out. But that's Dallas's schedule. I find it very interesting. Let's move on and get to the Philadelphia Eagles schedule. And this is a schedule that I think is very interesting as well, intriguing for a number of different reasons. And we'll get into those reasons here shortly. But I'll just say this is a very doable schedule. Their schedule feels a lot like our schedule. If they're able to navigate it well, they can come out of this thing smelling sweet at 11-6, 12-5, even 13-4. I don't think they're good enough to go 13-4. But they start running the football like they did toward the tail end of the regular season last year, and Jalen Hurts improves as a passer from the pocket. They can win 12 games, okay? Very doable schedule. Again, we've talked about the entire division having a very doable schedule. But as we saw with Dallas's schedule, there's some heavy hitters early. That's the byproduct of winning the division. You get some heavy hitters. You get the winner of the AFC North Division in Cincinnati. You don't get to play, the Steelers or the Browns, who could be downtrodden teams this year, with quarterback, issues potentially. You get Cincinnati, who's got a dog at quarterback. It just made the Super Bowl. So you get Tampa, who won their division. You don't get to play Carolina. You don't get to play New Orleans. You don't get to play Atlanta. You got Tampa, the one team in that division that we know is going to be good. So you see, we had that last year, so no complaints. We don't feel sorry for them. You want to win, you got to take on what winners take on. So the Eagles finished second in the division. So they're supposed to get the leftovers of what Dallas has to play, essentially. So they get the second best team in the AFC North. They get the second best team in the NFC South, okay? Let's go through the schedule quick, and then we'll get into the quirks of this schedule. At Detroit, week 1. So the significance there is they get Detroit week 1. We get Detroit week 2. So it'll be interesting to see how they fare against Detroit. And if they're able to dominate Detroit, then I feel like we need to follow up. And whatever leftovers they leave there, I want to scoop those up immediately, go into Detroit, and let them know early in that game, today ain't your day, bro. It's not today. Okay, maybe next week. Today ain't the day. If they struggle or lose, and we'll come back and talk about that. But if they struggle or lose in that week 1 matchup, then you start saying, "Oh shit, Detroit, man, gotta look out." But they went to Detroit last year and waxed them. That was last year. This is this year. We'll see what happens. Home for Minnesota. This is a special Monday night doubleheader, and it's weird how they're doing it. This is the first time that the networks have ever done this. So we're going to have 2 Monday night games being played simultaneously this year. One will be on ABC, which is this Vikings and Eagles contest. The other will be on ESPN, which is where these Monday night games are usually played. And one will come on like an hour and a half earlier than the other, but they'll stagger them, and it'll be weird. I got 2 TVs. I'm not tripping. I'll be able to watch both, but for some of you, it'll be a lot of, back and forth switching between the games. But the Eagles will be playing on that one little doubleheader night that they have of Monday Night Football, which is, again, a weird setup in week number 2. That's a home game for the Eagles. At Washington in week 3, we've talked about that game a ton. We'll talk about it some more. Versus Jacksonville at home, week number 4. At Arizona, week 5. Home for Dallas on a Sunday night in week 6, and then they hit their bye. So 2 primetime games in the first 6 weeks for the Eagles, 3 in the first 6 weeks for Dallas. So you see how the schedule makers feel about those 2 teams. You hit that bye week in week 7. You come off of the bye, and you're home for the Steelers. Battle of Pennsylvania there. At Houston the following week, that's a Thursday night game. I could have done without that one. Didn't need to see those 2 teams on primetime television. But we talked about that already. Versus Washington. So home for Washington. That's a Monday night. So back-to-back games on primetime television. Why? Don't ask me. I don't know why. Stop asking. I can tell you this. I don't like him. And I know somebody brought this up on the schedule. That Washington is one of the teams with the most games playing against a team with more than the normal allotted rest between games. Okay. So right here, you see that they're playing Houston on a Thursday night. Not only are they playing Washington with that mini bye, it's extended an extra day. Okay. It's extended an extra day because we're playing them on a Monday night. So not only are they coming off of a Thursday night game against Houston, in which they'll have those extra 3 days of rest, they'll add an extra day on because we're playing them on a Monday night. So they'll be well rested going into that week 10 game, which is going to be off the charts crazy. You might see coffins with Carson Wentz's corpse in it. They've done crazy shit like that before in Philadelphia. We'll see what happens this time. But that's going to be a big game on the schedule, not only for us and for Philadelphia, but for the network as well. Then you have at Indy and then home for Green Bay on a Sunday night. So just in that first 12 weeks of the season, they got 5 primetime games through the Philadelphia Eagles. Again, where is this coming from? Then you get the Tennessee Titans at home, followed by the Giants on the road, the Bears on the road, the Cowboys on the road. So we'll come back and talk about that little pocket of 3 straight road games, which is not fun. Not the toughest of competition. Doesn't matter. Still road games in the NFL. And then home for New Orleans, home for the Giants. That's TBD at the end of the season, week 18. Again, if they're leaving the window open for just about every team in the league in the event that your game matters, we might play it on a Saturday. If your game doesn't matter, you're just going to get the Sunday 1 o'clock treatment. So let's now deep dive into the Eagles schedule. And I've talked about the start to the season for Washington. I feel like the Eagles have the same opportunity that we're being presented with. That's why I said their schedule is kind of similar to ours in the sense that they're getting that opportunity to get a bit of a runway before their schedule heats up. Same with us. Before our shit gets a little bit hectic, we're getting a little runway where we can, stack a few wins in the left-hand column if we're about that life. Same thing the Eagles are going to be able to do. If they are serious about making a run at the NFC East chip, they need to stack up some dubs the first 4 weeks of the season. So at Detroit, got to win that game. Home for Minnesota on a Monday night, got to win that game. At Washington, you don't have to win that game. It'd be nice to win that game if you're Philadelphia. But that's the one game in the first 4 that you can afford to lose. You say, I don't want to lose it. It's a divisional game. It counts as 2. But if we're keeping it a buck, it's a family matter, family business on the road. You lose that game, you can swallow that one and come back the next week at home against Jacksonville, take care of business. You 3-1. You beat Washington, you could be 4-0 to start the season off. You can't slip up at home against Minnesota or Jacksonville. You need to go to Detroit and win. And if you beat Washington, you should come out of this thing 4-0 to start the season off. So much like us, they've got an opportunity to start the season fast. Now, here's where things get interesting. This is the pocket of the season that I highlighted for the Eagles where I say, we're going to find out what the Eagles are made out of with this stretch of games, okay? The first 4 games won't tell the story because if the Eagles are good, they'll win 3 out of 4. They'll win all 4, okay? So we won't really be able to know. This next pocket of games that I'm going to go over, and it's weeks 5 through 13, that window will really give us a picture into how good the Eagles are or aren't in 2022. So you start with a road game at Arizona. Not an easy place to play. They'll get the Cardinals without DeAndre Hopkins, however, so they will be spared in that game. They'll miss him by just a couple of weeks. He's got to serve a 6-game suspension, so they're going to catch a break there. But it's still Kyler Murray. It's still Hollywood Brown. It's still A.J. Green. It's still Zach Ertz. They still got playmakers out there, okay? Then you go home for Dallas on a Sunday night. The Cowboys own them right now. They can't seem to beat Dallas if their life depended on it when Dallas is healthy, okay? So it'll be interesting to see what happens in that game. When they get good quarterback play, they can beat Dallas. I don't think they can beat Dallas with Jalen Hurts at quarterback. So I think that's a game that they could struggle with at home against Dallas. Then you get the bye week. I think you're a better football team than the Steelers, but if they get good quarterback play with their defense is the kind of defense that will smother Jalen Hurts, get him to turn it over 3 times, and you could go to Pittsburgh and lose a 16-13 game. I could see that shit happening. At Houston on a Thursday night, that's the game you should be able to beat, but we don't know what the Texans are going to be. By that point of the season, week 9, the Texans will know. Either they're trash or they're fighting like hell to stay relevant in their division. So if they get to week 9 and they're 4-4 or they're 3-4, the Texans are still fighting their asses off in week number 9. If we get to week 9 and the Texans are 1-7 or the Texans are, 2-6, chances are they're going to show up. Philadelphia is in Houston and steamroll these boys. Keep it pushing. And then take that mini bye week and then come back and try to parlay that into another win over Washington the following week on a Monday night. But that's going to be a tough game at home against Washington. We already know what the stakes are going to be there in terms of Carson Wentz returning to the scene of the crime. And then you're at Indy, which is no pushover. We don't know how good Indy's going to be with Matt Ryan at quarterback. We assume that the defense is going to continue to play well. Well, is that a safe assumption to make? They just lost their defensive coordinator, Matt Everfuse. So I don't know if the Colts defense is going to continue to play good football. I don't know if Jonathan Taylor is going to keep running like his mind has gone bad. I don't know if Matt Ryan's going to, play, the type of football that is good enough to give the Colts a chance to make the playoffs. But at Indy isn't easy. I know that much. Then you're home for Green Bay on a Sunday night. That's Aaron Rodgers. That need I say more? Jalen Hurts hasn't beaten a good NFL quarterback yet. So home, away, it doesn't matter. We'll see if that game, and we don't know what the Packers are going to be. I just know they got Aaron Rodgers. Case closed. And then the last game of that stretch is home for Tennessee. Very winnable game. I don't think Tennessee's going to be that good this year. I'm downplaying the Titans this year. I might be wrong for doing that. Mike Vrabel, as a head coach, hasn't had a losing season yet. He might be the Mike Tomlin of the AFC South, where he just comes in, hits the ground running as a head coach, and doesn't know what a losing season looks like. So that, to me, is the stretch of football where we'll find out about the Eagles. At Arizona, home for Dallas on a Sunday night, at home for Pittsburgh, at Houston, home for Washington on a Monday night. That Houston game, again, Thursday night football. At Indy, home for Green Bay. In that, and then home for the Titans. In that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 game stretch, they're going to be underdogs in at least 5 of those games, depending on the opponents and the way they're playing. They're going to be an underdog at Arizona. They're probably going to be an underdog at home versus Dallas. They're probably going to be an underdog at Indy. They're probably going to be an underdog home for Green Bay. That's 4. The question is, how good is Pittsburgh? Because if the Steelers are playing the kind of defense that they played last year, whether they got Mitchell Trubisky or they got Kenny Pickett at quarterback, if they playing that smothering, suffocating defense they played last year, that's the kind of defense that will smother Jalen Hurts' ass, force him to throw 2 picks and fumble on another possession, and they'll be favored in that game with Pittsburgh if they're good defensively. So I could see a situation where they're only favored against Houston, Washington, and Tennessee in that 8-game stretch. So that's going to tell the story for the Eagles, in my estimation. And then right after that stretch that I talked about, that is, to me, season defining for the Eagles, you get 3 straight road games. Now, you can't complain because you just enjoyed 3 out of 4 at the crib. Okay. Home for Pitt, at Houston, home for Washington, at Indy, or excuse me, you just enjoyed, really, you didn't enjoy anything. No, I lied. At home for Washington, at Indy, home for Green Bay, home for Tennessee. You just enjoyed 3 out of 4 at the crib. So now you got to pay for that. That shit doesn't come free. You get home cooking for 3 out of 4 weeks in a month. You got to take 3 straight road games. Usually it's 2 out of 3 road games. They gave you 3 straight. But you get to finish up with 2 straight home games, and that might be more advantageous than the 3 road games are detrimental. So the reason those 3 roadies aren't to be, that concerned about if you're an Eagles fan is because it's at New York. It's family business. You didn't win there last year, right? But you should be. You own the Giants for the most part. At Chicago, by that time, the Bears should suck. And you should be able to waltz in there, smack Jalen Hurts, smack Justin Fields around and come out of there with a dub, if he's even healthy at that point of the season. And then at Dallas, that's the one where you go, okay, probably not going to win that one. Of the three on the road, that's the one you're not conceding anything, nor should you. If we're keeping it a buck, that's the one you're probably not going to win. If they're healthy, if they're right, yada, yada, yada. They're home for New Orleans and the Giants TBD. So that 8-game stretch is where I think the Eagles make or break their season. So now we get to the Giants schedule, and they've got an interesting schedule as well. So the fun thing about the Giants is that there's no expectations. For the Cowboys, they won the division last year. The expectation is that, they lost a lot of players, but they got the best quarterback in the division, and the defense still has their, defensive leader and defensive coordinator who had a chance to leave and didn't, and Dan Quinn. And so the defense should still be good. Michael Parsons is an animal and an uncaged beast. Everything is there for the Cowboys to repeat as NFC East champs. The Eagles were right there last year. He got hot. They figured out an identity. Jalen Hurts has nowhere to go but up from how he performed last year. That's the assumption that some are making. I'm not making that assumption, but they're a team that could easily challenge Dallas for the NFC East crown. The Giants, however, they're on no one's radar. No one's talking about the Giants. Everyone expects them to stink. They expect this to be the last year of Daniel Jones in New York. It's a new regime, new GM, new head coach. And so with all these moving parts, they're going to turn this roster over, and they're going to try to, go in a different direction. They first got to find their quarterback of the future. Who's to say it's not Daniel Jones? Saquon Barkley, a lot of rumors swirling around him. He wants to prove to everybody he's not a bust and that he can stay healthy. He may have a huge year this year. He may get injured again. Who knows? There's so many unknowns with this Giants football team, but the fun part about them is that there are no expectations. So whether they're good or they're bad, no one outside of New York is going to give a damn, honestly. So I think, it's funny because Dallas deserves to have a tough start to the season. They deserve to start with Tampa. Even though they're both home games, they deserve to start with Tampa and Cincinnati. And then the tail end of that tough 6-game stretch to start is at the Rams, Super Bowl defending champions, and at Philadelphia on a Sunday night. They deserve that. They won the division last year. They deserve that. The Giants don't deserve what they got to start the season off. They stink. If anybody deserved to have a soft start to the season, it's the Giants, to give them a chance to get off to a start that gives them a chance. What did Bad Dog tell us? Didn't Bad Dog tell us something like the Giants haven't had a record over 500 since like 2017 or some crazy shit like that? It's been like 5 years since they've been over 500. They've been at 500. They've been 1-1 or 2-2, but they've never crossed that threshold of being over 500. Well, the schedule makers are ensuring that the Giants don't see the light of day over 500 in this season, unless the Giants want to surprise the hell out of people. Let's go through the schedule, and then we'll come back and deep dive. So at Tennessee week 1, home for the Carolina Panthers week 2, home for Dallas on a Monday night in week 3, home for the Chicago Bears. So right there, you see they got 3 straight home games. So at some point they're going to pay for that shit. And it doesn't take long for them to have to pay for that, but that's nor here nor there. At Green Bay, which is a London game, so it's not truly a road game, but the quirk here is normally, and the league stopped doing this last year. It used to be before last year, if you played overseas, whether it was in London or you played in Mexico or somewhere, you always got that next week off. It was a bye week. Well, they said, hey, to hell with your bye week. Bring your ass back here, and you're home for Baltimore. Take that, okay? And then after that, take a couple of roadies at Jacksonville, at Seattle, okay? Then you get your bye week. Then you're home for Houston, home for Detroit, at Dallas on a Thanksgiving, right? On Thanksgiving Thursday. Then you're home for Washington, home for Philly, at Washington. That's TBD in week 15. So if this game is worth a damn, they'll flex it into a primetime spot on Saturday. If it's not worth a damn, play your shit in anonymity on Sunday at 1 o'clock with only your two fan bases watching. Week 16 at Minnesota, that's a Saturday game. That's not a flexer. That's a Saturday game. Then you're home for Indy, week 17. You finish up at Philadelphia, TBD. Again, if that game means something, it'll be flexed to an important spot. If it's not, it'll just be played on Sunday. So let's kind of deep dive into this Giants schedule. And the first, for me, the biggest part of their schedule is the first 8 weeks, because the league pretty much gave them a big middle finger like, hey, look, we don't know if you're going to be good or not, but we're sure as hell going to find out real quick. If this coaching staff doesn't have the parts to make this thing work, we're going to find out. We're going to expose them, and you're going to be looking towards next season after the first 8 weeks. We're not going to play around with you. So at Tennessee, I don't think the Titans are going to be good. I think they're going to be good enough to beat the Giants in week 1. You may be good enough to beat Carolina. I don't know what they're going to do with Baker Mayfield and the whole Sam Darnold saga. You smoked them last year with Sam Darnold. So, if they're rolling with Sam Darnold to start the season off, which I think is a very, very distinct possibility, then you might be able to get them again. And this one is at the crib like it was last year when you beat them up pretty good. I think you can take Carolina, but we'll see. Anyway, even if you do take them, that's 1-1 at best. They said you're not beating Dallas at home. You can, but the likelihood is that you're not, because you don't. But you got a chance, right? It's at home. It's on a Monday night. They're set a stage for you. You could be 1-1. You could be 0-2. You could be 2-0. Highly unlikely. Highly unlikely. More likely than not, you lose to Dallas. So now you're 1-2. I think you can beat Chicago at home the following week, however, and get back to 500 at 2-2. Just when you thought it was safe to come out, maybe 500 is around the corner. Green Bay, not happening. And then, just in case you thought maybe we can get back to 500 because we got Jacksonville and Seattle, take this Baltimore in your ass for 2 straight losses just to put you in a spot that even if you go on the road and defeat Jacksonville and Seattle, you're only best 4-4. I don't see them going to both Seattle and Jacksonville and winning, by the way. For as bad as Seattle is, it's still Seattle, still on the road. And Jacksonville is going to be a much improved team, much better than people think. I think there are people picking Jacksonville to make the playoffs. I'm not going to go that far, but I think Jacksonville is going to be sniffing around the postseason at the end of the year. They'll be in the mix. I don't think they're going to make it, but they're going to put everybody essentially on call and let everybody know, hey, we're here. We're not garbage anymore. We got a quarterback. We got a coach. We got some pieces. We'll be around. So I don't see them beating both of those teams. Maybe one, not both. To me, that 8-game start to the season is going to define the Giants. I can't see them coming out of that thing any better than 3-5. And that's, to me, best case scenario. Best case scenario. They're 3-5. More likely than not, they're 2-6 after this stretch of football. I don't think they're beating Tennessee. I don't think they're beating Dallas. I know they're not beating Green Bay. I know they're not beating Baltimore. I don't think they're beating Jacksonville either. They could beat Seattle. The 3-5 would come Carolina, Chicago, and Seattle for me. But you could easily lose to Chicago. You could easily lose to Carolina. You could easily lose to Seattle. You could easily beat Jacksonville. You could easily beat Tennessee. I mean, it could go either way. That's why this stretch is so important, because for a team like the Giants with a fragile psyche that's lost and all they know is losing, it is imperative that they get off to a fast start. And with this schedule, I just don't see how they're able to do it. Because let's say they win week 1. Let's say they win week 1. And they win week 2. And they finally, so the week 1 win would do something that they haven't done in 4 or 5 years, whatever it is that Bad Dog told us it's been. And that's get over 500. Let's say that they're feeling so good about that. They said, man, that was so nice. Let's do it twice. They win in week 2 against Carolina. Then you lose against Dallas for your first loss of the season. And let's say that has a trickle down effect. You lose to Chicago, but let's just say for shits and giggles and for the sake of this discussion and argument, and it's hypothetical, let's say they beat Chicago and they go to 3-1. The wheels are still going to fall off this bitch because you're going to lose to Green Bay, you're going to lose to Baltimore. Now you're 3-3, and then you're on a 2-game skid, and now you got to go to Jacksonville. I think they beat you. You're 3-4. You might beat Seattle. Now you're 4-4. So for as good as you started and as for as good as you feel about how you took care of business, you're still just at 500. Now, if you can find a way to do that going into your bye, you come out of the bye and you get Houston at home, Detroit at home. That's 2 winnable football games. If you're 4-4, you could easily be 6-4 going into that Thanksgiving game against Dallas. Now, that's best case scenario for the New York Giants, that you go into that bye week after the first 8 games at 4-4. I don't see it happening, though. Best case scenario for me is you're 3-5. Worst case scenario, I can't see you being any worse than 2-6. You're going to find a way to win at least 2 of these games, whether it's, Carolina, Chicago at the crib, or you go to Jacksonville and win, or Seattle. You're going to find, or even Tennessee. You're on the road week 1. That's a winnable game, but I don't think you will. You're going to find a way to win at least 2 of these things. 2-6, worst case, 3-5, best case for me. So if you're 3-5 and you say you win the first 2 games out of your bye week, for all the good that you've done, you're just at 5-5. Here's the next pocket of the schedule that I find very interesting for the Giants. They've got a schedule similar to the one we had last year. Their divisional games are backloaded. 5 of their final 7 games are divisional contests, including a stretch starting with that Thanksgiving game against Dallas, where they play 4 straight divisional games, meaning they're going to play a division opponent twice in that stretch. Us. I don't like that shit. You know why? Remember we talked about Philadelphia having all that inordinate amount of time off before they play us in week 10? Same can be said for the Giants here. They play Dallas on Thanksgiving. They're going to have that long weekend off, enjoy that whole week, and then they play us the following Sunday. So they'll have that mini bye week before they get us. And we'll be dog tired by then, right? Because we don't have a bye until the right before the second time we play the Giants. So we'll be dog tired by the time we get to week 13, and they'll be nice and fresh and rested and ready and waiting for us at the crib. But then they get Dallas on the road, Washington at home, Philly at home, and then Washington on the road once again. So in that stretch, 4 straight divisional opponents. The Giants will have a lot to say about how this division is determined, because after that stretch, you get a Saturday game. And remember, the Washington game in week 15 is a TBD, to be determined. That could be a Saturday game. That could be a Sunday game. Then you go on the road at Minnesota, Saturday game, home for Indianapolis, but then you finish up at Philadelphia. So 5 of your last 7 are all divisional opponents for the Giants. After playing Dallas in like week 3 on a Monday night, you don't play another divisional opponent until you get Dallas again on Thanksgiving in week 12. And that sets off a chain of events that sees you play 5 division games in your final 7 weeks of the season. So they're going to have a lot to say about how this division, ends up going. 2 against Philly, 2 against Washington, 1 against Dallas in the final 6 weeks of the season. 7 weeks, of the season. So interesting schedule for the Giants. The first 8 is where they're going to make or break their season, honestly. And then they're going to have a lot of division games backloaded, which are going to determine whether they're any good. Because if they somehow navigate that first portion of the schedule to 3-5, 4-4, and then they come out of the bye and they take care of business at home against Detroit or Houston and Detroit, they could be conceivably, 6-4 going into the Thanksgiving game, or 5-5 going into the Thanksgiving game, which gives you a fighting chance with that stretch of games against Washington twice, Philadelphia, and, you never know. But I think 3-5 is best case, 2-6 is worst case. I think I'm leaning towards the worst case scenario with the Giants. We'll see. So that's the Giants schedule in a nutshell. Now let's take a look at the good guys schedule. We've done this before. I told you I've damn near committed this schedule to memory. That's how locked into this season I am. I've damn near committed this season to this schedule to memory. And I never do that with the schedule. I know little pockets of the schedule, but this one is an easy one because it's home, it's away. It's home, it's away. It's home, it's away. It's home, it's away. Then we finally go through a little stretch of 3 out of 4 on the road where we play the Eagles on the road, the Texans on the road, and then we get a home game, and then we go back on the road one more time. I think it's the Giants. And so that's our little 3 out of 4 stretch games on the road. But I'll gladly take that to finish up the season 3 out of 4 at the crib. Last year we had, some road games, a ton of road games logged in the season. So it wasn't good for us. You had Dallas on the road. You had the Philadelphia game, and you had the Giants on the road to finish up the season. If we were any good, you were going to have to go on the road against 2 divisional opponents and find a way to win to get into the postseason. That's not ideal. Our schedule this year is set up where you're going to have home games, even though it hasn't been the best of home field environments. That could change this year. We'll see. Anyway, let's run through the schedule real quick. We've done this before, so we really don't need to actually deep dive, but we'll do it just for the sake of doing it anyway. So week 1, Jacksonville, home for Jacksonville. Week 2, road at Detroit. Week 3, home for Philadelphia. Week 4, at Dallas. Week 5, home for Tennessee. Week 6, at Chicago on a Thursday night. Week 7, home for Green Bay. Week 8, at Indianapolis. Week 9, home for Minnesota. Now we get to our 3 out of 4 stretch of games on the road, the only stretch of football that exists that way on the schedule in 2022 for the Commanders. At Philadelphia on a Monday night, that's going to be a big one. At Houston the following week, home for the Falcons, and then at the Giants for that 3 out of 4 on the road stretch. That comes to a conclusion there. We finally get our week 14 bye week. Wow. One of the latest bye weeks I can recall this team having ever. Come off the bye. You're not sure if you're going to play the Giants on Saturday or Sunday. So we'll see if, how that goes. But you get the Giants coming out of the bye on the road, and that's at home. On the road for San Francisco. That's the final road game of the season. You're hoping the final road game of the season because we're really good and we're playing playoff games and we don't have to go on the road. But truth be told, if that's not the final road game of the season, then that means we made the playoffs, and I'll take it. Okay. Then you get Cleveland week 17 and then Dallas week 18. So you get your 3 out of 4 at home to wrap up the season, which I would prefer the 3 out of 4 at home than on the road there. So let's just quickly deep dive into the schedule. And I've already talked about the start to the season. It is imperative, similar to Philadelphia. I think it is imperative that you get off to a great start. 3-1, just like Philadelphia. 3-1 is ideal. 4-0 is maximum. The 3-0 is what's important for Washington. See, Philadelphia, they could lose to Washington in week 3 because it's a road game. We don't have a road game that, again, Detroit on the road isn't easy. No game on the road in the NFL is easy, but that's not a divisional opponent. That's not a playoff team from the season ago. That's not any of that. The game that I'm looking at that I, expect us to either lose or, have a tough time getting a dub in is the Dallas game in week 4. And again, I'm not overlooking Philadelphia, but what I'm saying is that's a road game and we don't fare well in Dallas at all. So with Dak Prescott at quarterback, let me fix and amend that statement. We don't do well against Dallas with Dak Prescott in the lineup. We haven't beaten him as a starter in Dallas in his career. So that's the one I'm looking at and saying, okay. But in order to soften the blow of a potential loss in week 4, you need to start the season off 3-0. And they're giving us a golden opportunity to do that. With Jacksonville at home in week 1, Detroit in week 2, and then Philadelphia at the crib in week 3. If that game in week 3 was against Philadelphia on the road, it'd be a much tougher start. But it's at home. Got to find a way to get that one. So you got Dallas in week 4, and we saw the start that Dallas has. They could come into that game reeling. It's a short week for Dallas. They're playing on a Monday night the week prior against the Giants on the road. So it could be a vulnerable spot for Dallas. They could have started the season off 1-2, 0-3 if they struggled against the Giants, but they could easily start the season off 0-2, beat the Giants, but, still be in a vulnerable position coming into the game in week 4. But they could also start the season off 3-0. They're riding high after beating two of the better teams who we perceive to be the better teams in the league. That could be a crazy matchup. It would be awesome if we went into that game at 3-0. They went into that game at 2-1, 3-0. That'd be awesome. That'd be a huge early season matchup. But at the same time, I'm like, F Dallas. I want them to be 1-2, 0-3 going into that game. I don't want them to be any good. But I can't say out of one side of my mouth, I want this division to be good and iron sharpens iron. And then I want to play Dallas and I want them to be 0-3, 1-2. However, but after looking at their schedule, they can afford to start 1-2, 0-3 and bounce back and still be competitive when we see them the next time. So to hell with that. I want them to get their brains bashed in the first 2 weeks. And if the Giants feel like doing them, then do them. So anyway, I think our first, similar to the Eagles, I told you our schedule is very similar to the Eagles. Very doable, but I think after the first 4 weeks, starting with that game at home against Tennessee and ending with the game against Philadelphia in week 10, our schedule is the toughest it's going to be all season in that 5 game, that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 game stretch from weeks 5 to 10. Tennessee Titans team, that's a playoff team. Green Bay Packers, a couple weeks later, playoff team. Colts team capable of being a playoff team on the road. That's going to be a tough one. Vikings team capable of making the postseason. That's not going to be easy, but that's at the crib. And then the Eagles, playoff team from last year, team that swept us a season ago. That's Carson Wentz going back to the scene of the crime. It's going to be a raucous environment. That there's going to be a lot of adrenaline. That's going to have a playoff atmosphere kind of feel to it. So going through that stretch again, Titans at the crib, not going to be easy. They're going to test one of our something that has plagued us over the years, and that's stopping the run. They're going to test that. We've gotten run on to the point where we've had to put 5 defensive linemen on the field and play a borderline bear defense so that we don't get run on. We had to do it against Detroit last year or 2 years ago. We had to do it against the Browns. They still ran the shit out of the football against us in 2020. We did it a number of times last season. We're going to see if we can stop the run with 4, but we may have to stop it with 5 against Derrick Henry and that crew. The Bears in week 6 on a Thursday night, not going to be easy. That's a road game. You don't know what the Bears are going to look like. I surmise that they're going to stink. I don't think they did enough around Justin Fields, but still a Thursday night, short week, quick turnaround on the road. Soldier Field, not going to be an easy place to play and get a win. Green Bay the following week at the crib. This sounds funny. It sounds weird, I know, but we own Aaron Rodgers in the regular season at FedEx Field. It is what it is. I don't kill the messenger, okay? I think he's winless. You got to fact check me there. I think he's winless in his NFL career at FedEx in the regular season. Of course, he went to Washington in the postseason in 2015 and beat us. But I don't think he's won a regular season game there. The year they won the Super Bowl, he got a concussion. Brian Orakpo knocked him out of the game. We went on to win that game, I believe, in overtime. In 2016, I believe, Kirk Cousins outdueled him on a Sunday night, and we beat the Green Bay Packers at FedEx Field. So I don't think he's won a game against us in the regular season. Again, in the regular season. That doesn't mean shit, okay? That doesn't mean a damn thing because he could come to FedEx Field and lambast our ass this year, 38-13, having not beaten us at FedEx in the regular season. So that don't mean a damn thing, but I like our chances. What I'm telling you is I like my chances. Okay. Week 8 at Indy, another revenge game for Carson Wentz, a little bit of get back. So that'll be to me like preparing for Philadelphia in a couple of weeks. It's not going to be as raucous as an environment as Philadelphia, clearly. But I think some of those fans have been brainwashed into thinking Carson Wentz was the problem. We had to get rid of him. And they might be on his ass. It's a dome. It's going to be loud. Good Good test for Carson Wentz in this football team. Okay. On the road. Home for Minnesota. Another revenge game. This time for Kirk Cousins, returning to the place he once called home. The first time we've seen Kirk Cousins in Washington. We went to Minnesota and almost beat him with Dwayne Haskins having to come in the second half of a game that was started by Case Keenum, in which the Vikings sleptwalk for the first 3.5 quarters, and we literally had a chance into the fourth quarter against the Vikings, and I think we only scored a field goal. That's how poor that game was for both teams. It felt like the Vikings didn't take us seriously. They knew they were going to win. They didn't need to really put their foot on the gas pedal, but he hasn't been back to Washington. This fan base is going to be on his ass, okay? A lot of fans, there are a lot of fans like myself that felt like it was a mistake to let him walk, but the ones that make the most noise are the ones that thought that he was overrated, that he was a stat patter and stat stuffer, late in ball games, garbage time stats, dink and dunk quarterback, can't win the big game. I'm not disputing that last one. But those are the ones that make the most noise. Those are the ones that are going to show up and make the most noise at that particular game. So that'll be an interesting one. And then the final game in that stretch that I think is really important for the season is that Eagles game on a Monday night against the Eagles, Carson Wentz returning to the scene of the crime, as I mentioned. So that's a big stretch of football games. The beauty of that stretch is you don't play a bunch of road games or a bunch of home games. It's the same, it's the same schedule that you've had, for the entire season up until that point. Home, away, home, away, home, away, home, away, home, away. So the same cadence has been kept. There's no disruption yet. So you're home, you're away, you're home, you're away. And the team will get a much needed mini bye in there against Chicago on a Thursday. You find a way to win. There's nothing in the NFL quite like winning a Thursday night game and then watching all the other teams struggle on a Sunday, knowing you got to win in the back pocket, and then getting that extra rest to go play another game. It's sweet when you win going into your bye week, but it's not as sweet as winning on a Thursday and then getting to watch all the games on Sunday. Because even when you win on that Sunday going into your bye week, there's a whole week that you have to sit down and then chill. And then you watch all the games on Sunday, and that's cool. But it doesn't have that same feel of winning Thursday and like, hey, we got ours already. Now we get to sit back on a Sunday and watch everybody else. So I like the way the schedule's set up. I've already said that to you. You come out of that tough stretch and you get 4 straight very winnable football games. Okay, now again, the Giants have been a thorn in our side. We finally were able to exercise some demons last year. They weren't any good. We weren't any good. I don't give a shit. Okay. Just like the Eagles don't want to hear our excuses last year about how we weren't at full strength and how COVID and injuries decimated our team. They don't want to hear that shit. I don't want to hear that shit when it comes to the Giants. We swept their ass last year. After they swept us the year before. After Daniel Jones had pretty much destroyed us every time he had played us. We finally got his ass. And it shouldn't have happened if Dexter Lawrence doesn't jump off sides. But that's nor here nor there. The bottom line is you're going to get the Texans on the road, not easy by any stretch of the imagination, but winnable. You're going to get the Falcons at home, not easy, and we don't know what the Falcons are going to be. They're a wild card. We don't even know if Marcus Mariota is starting in Week 12. For all we know, that could be Desmond Ridder coming in and managing the game, not making any mistakes. And, we don't play well against rookie quarterbacks. He might come in and light our ass up. Who's to say? We don't know. That should be a win, though. That should be a win. On the road for the Giants. Giants will be coming off of a elongated rest from that Thursday Thanksgiving game against Dallas. I don't give a shit. Go to the Meadowlands, find a way to get a win. Then you finally get your bye week, and you come out of the bye and you get the Giants again. This is eerily similar to 2020. Had the Giants 2 games before the bye. So we got Dallas, we had the Giants, then we had the Cowboys, then we had a bye, then we had the Giants again. And we went 0 for 2. 0 for 2. We got to go 2-0 this time. So this is how I view the schedule, and I'm not making any predictions right now. You go 3-1 in the first pocket. That next pocket of 6 games, let's say you go 3-3 and put you at 6-4. You come out of that stretch and you've got 4 winnable games. You may not win all 4 of them, but you got 4 winnable games. Houston, Atlanta, Giants twice. You take care of business there, you're 10-4. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. Now, us being who we are, generally speaking, that's not how that's going to go. We're not going to start 3-1. We're not going to go 3-3 in that game, that 6-game stretch. And we're not going to win all 4 of those games after that tough 6-game stretch. We're going to somehow fludge the first 4 games and go 2-2. That 6-game stretch, we're going to find a way to fumble away an opportunity to go 3-3 and go 2-4. So instead of being at 500 or above it, we're under 500. Somehow, some way, we're 4-6 after the first 10 weeks of the season instead of 6-4. Now, you got to find a way to pick yourself up by the bootstraps. And instead of taking advantage of that 4-game stretch there and getting over 500 and getting to 8-6, you know what we're probably going to do? Win 3 out of 4 and get to 7-7, because that's the shit that we do. And that's usually where we are, right around that point of the season. Week 15, 7-7. Week 12, 13, 6-6. That's the bullshit that we do. And then all bets are off after the Giants, because you got 49ers on the road, Browns, if they got Deshaun Watson, who knows what the hell that game's going to be, and then Dallas week 18. I don't want to go into that final stretch of games fighting for our playoff lives. I'd like to go into that stretch comfortable saying, hey, we're a damn good team. Let's put an exclamation point on this season going into the playoffs. We have a chance. If we navigate this schedule the way it's set up, we have a chance to go into the final stretch of games already having achieved something that we haven't done since 2012, and that's win double-digit games. And have a chance to put some sauce on that shit. Some hot sauce to go on that 10-win burrito. Nah, to hell with that. Put a little bit of Texas Pete on there. Put a little bit of Louisiana on that thing. Put a little bit of Crystals on that thing. I'm on 12 now. I'm being greedy. I want that burrito to be spicy. But you got to do the work, man. You got to put in the work. And you cannot drop the ball when it's there and it's being handed to you. You can't drop it. Can't fumble it away. The bag is being presented to us. Don't fumble it. The opportunity is there, guys. I don't know if you see it like I see it, but the opportunity is there, okay? The opportunity is here. It's up to us whether we seize it or not. All right, so those are the schedules. After looking at the schedules, how do you guys feel about the rest of the division schedule in comparison to ours? And I feel like because I hadn't looked at the schedules until now of the other teams in the division. I just was concerned with ours because you know what I tell you all the time. I don't give a shit what anybody else is doing. If we take care of business, if we think we're better, if we think we're good enough, if we take care of our business, we don't have to worry about what anybody else is doing. The only time you have to worry about what other teams around you are doing is when you're not handling your own shit. When you're leaving it to chance, when you're over there hoping and praying the Texans come up big for you, you didn't put yourself in a very vulnerable position. You didn't do what you were supposed to do. You didn't beat the Texans. Now you're asking the Texans to do you a favor against Dallas late in the season. You didn't do what you were supposed to do against Detroit. Now you're hoping that Detroit can find a way to sneak Dallas. Good luck with that shit. That's loser football. You just take care of your shit. But knowing everyone has this soft schedule or a schedule that's doable, how do you feel about the rest of the division, the rest of the schedules, and do you see a path where we can win this division? Because I do. I've given you the path. For us with Dallas, it's the first 6 weeks of the season, because after that, I could see a stretch where Dallas goes and wins 8 out of their final 10, 8 out of their next 10 games after the first 6 games of the season. I could see a stretch because they got the NFC North 4 out of 5 weeks. A bye week is the only thing separating those 4 games. And then they got the Giants on Thanksgiving, and then the next 4 games are the AFC South. Okay. All right. And so they could mop that division up. They could win 3 out of 4 from the NFC North. They could beat the Giants. And all of a sudden, they've won 8 out of 9. Just like that. Just like that. Okay. So I could see a path to where Dallas could get hot. But if they start out sluggish, it could impact them against Detroit, Chicago, Minnesota, Green Bay, Jacksonville, Tennessee, Indy. Okay. You see where I'm going with that. In Houston. If they start slow, their confidence isn't as high. They start fast, they become dangerous. We saw what they did last year. They got hot, they got confident, they got dangerous. They won like 7, 8 in a row. Remember, we were laughing at Law last year when we did the prediction show with the Super Friends, and after losing to Tampa Bay in week 1, they won. He had them winning like 13 straight games, 12 or 13 straight games. It was ridiculous. They almost did that shit. So it could happen again. The schedule's set up for them, but I want to see how they get out of the blocks. With Philly, I told you their schedule, they scare me the most because their schedule is, to me, the most favorable and comparable to ours. They got the same start to the season that we do, essentially. It's not as easy as ours, but they played Jacksonville and Detroit and us. So 3 of the 4 games are exactly the same for them as it is for us. The only difference in the schedule is that we have Dallas, they have Minnesota. I would like to think that ours is tougher, in that sense, because we got Dallas, they got Minnesota, and they got Minnesota at home. We got Dallas on the road. So they got the same opportunity that we have to start 3-1, 4-0. Who takes advantage of it? Somebody's got to lose that game in week 3. One of us does. We don't have to lose any of the other games. Both of us can come out of that first 3 weeks of the season stretch at 3-1. One of us could come out of it 4-0, or somebody could fumble the bag and come out of that thing 2-2. Both of us could. I can't see either team coming out of that thing 1-3. But you lose to Jacksonville in week 1, or if you're Philadelphia, you lose to Detroit in week 1. Shit can happen. Shit can go downhill real quick. Anyway, they got that 8-game stretch through the Eagles where I think it's going to make or break their season. We're going to find out a lot about them. At Arizona, home for Dallas on a Sunday night. Bye week, come off the bye, home for Pittsburgh. At Houston on a Thursday night. Home for Washington the following week on a Monday night. Then at Indy, home for Green Bay on the Sunday night, and then home for Tennessee. They navigate that pocket of their schedule where I think they're going to be underdogs in at least 4 of those games, possibly upwards of 5, depending on how good Pittsburgh is. There's a chance, and Tennessee too, there's a chance that they could come out of that 8 games, portion of their schedule at 3-5, 2-6. They're cooked at that point. There's no rebounding from that because that's the chunk of the season right there. That's weeks 5 through 13. There ain't no rebounding after the season's done. You got 5 games left after that. And 3 of them are on the road. So if they come out of that 8 games stretch, let's say they start the season off 3-1. They're not beating us. I've already guaranteed a win. So they're not beating us. They're not starting 4-0. Best they can do is 3-1. Say they start 3-1 though. And they come out of that 8-game stretch at 4-4. Now you're 7-5. They're right where they need to be to finish up the season with those 5 games. Again, 3 of them on the road, but guess what? Giants on the road, Chicago on the road, both winnable football games. At Dallas, probably not going to get that one. But then home for New Orleans. Who knows what the Saints are going to be in week 17. And then home for the Giants. Of all the teams that you could ask to finish up the season against, at home, that's the one you would pick is the Giants. I don't know about us picking them. Daniel Jones, he seems to tear us a new asshole every time he sees us. But I mean, if all the teams in the division that you could pick to play a home game in week 18, if you need it, that'd be the one. So I think their schedule is the one that's the closest to ours. And then the Giants, I just think the NFL said, F you. You stink, and we're going to make sure that you know that coming out of the gates, because they didn't give them the same opportunity that was presented to Philadelphia and Washington. They didn't present them with, Jacksonville and Detroit early in the season to try to give you an opportunity to maybe get, some wins under your belt. They offered up Carolina, which is potentially, a blessing, but it could not be a blessing. You know what I'm saying? But ultimately, they said, take this Tennessee. That's on the road. Take this Dallas on a Monday night. That's home, but it's still Dallas. It's still tough. Then they said, hey, we'll throw you Chicago at the crib. You can do with that whatever you like. You can take a dub there. You could take an L. Do whatever you want with that. But then we're going to hit you with this Green Bay over across the pond in London, and then you're going to come back home, and Baltimore is going to be waiting on you. Then you got to go to Jacksonville and then to Seattle. The last two, they're not as tough, but Jacksonville ain't going to be no pushover this year. I'm just going to tell you that right now. I'm actually glad we're playing them at the crib, because when they have those out-of-body experiences, it's usually at home. And then their schedule has the division games. 5 out of their final 7 games are division games, including a stretch where they play 4 straight divisional opponents. Dallas on Thanksgiving, Washington on at home, Philadelphia, and then Washington again. So it's going to be interesting to see how the Giants, I think they're dead after their first 8, honestly. By the time they get to their bye week, the Giants are looking at quarterback prospects in the upcoming draft. That's how I think their season goes, but we'll see. Anyway, I digress. Let's get to the comment section if there are any more super chats, and kind of see how you guys reacted to what I just had to say. Mr. Ron B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Mr. Ron B, writes, our schedule breakdown, games 1 through 4, 3-1, very feasible. I think Dallas is the one that he's probably got us losing. Games 5 through 8, 2-2. Probably Green Bay is a loss, maybe Indy. Indy is week 8. So yeah, those would be the 2 I'm guessing. Got us beating Tennessee and Chicago if I had to guess there. And I don't know, I'm just making an assumption. Games 9 through 12, he's got us going 3-1. Got us beating Minnesota, probably got us losing the Philadelphia game before bouncing back and beating Houston and Atlanta. So got us going 3-1. So far through 12 games, 6-2, he's got us at 8-4. Okay. I think I had us at 10-4 after the first 14. And I didn't break mine up into quarters. I broke mine up into the first 4 and then the next 6, which was that tough part of the schedule. And then the next 4 was very winnable games. Houston, Atlanta, 2 against the Giants. I had us at, I haven't said anything, but I said we could be 10-4. If all things went the way that I envisioned them, potentially having a chance to go. He has us at 8-4 after the 12 weeks. Games 13 through 17, he has us 4-1. So I would guess the one loss probably would be to San Francisco on the road. Could be to Cleveland at the crib. But all in all, he's got us at 12-5. And in no quarter of the season do we lose more than 2 games. That's ideal. And it's feasible. Like the season could break down that way. But in my brain, in my, impacted, scarred brain, I'm saying that's too much like right. You know what I'm saying, Mr. Ron B? It's too much like right. to go through each quarter and win. Ron Rivera preaches. He did this in Carolina. I'm pretty sure he's still doing it now. He preached win each quarter. He got it from Bill Walsh. Win each quarter. And you can still split the season up into quarters. It's not an equal quarter like it used to be 16 games, 4 games in each quarter, but you can still split up just like Mr. Ron B just did. 4, 4, 4, and then 5. It'd be great to go 12-5 and do it the way you just, broke down. It'd be great to do it. And it can be done. I just don't trust them to do it. I just don't trust them to do it. All right. Let's get to the next super chat. Got this super chat from Alex. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Alex writes, Philadelphia 12 wins, Dallas 10 wins, Washington 9, 3 playoff teams. I'm not sure if 9 gets you into the show or not. Again, you don't know how the rest of the league is gonna, or the rest of the conference rather, is gonna shape out, because there are a lot of unknowns, a lot of unknowns, a lot of variables right now still left to be determined in the NFC. How good is Trey Lance? If he's good, the 49ers are good. If he stinks, if he struggles, then the 49ers aren't a playoff team and they're not an impactful team in the grand scheme of things in the NFC. How good is Kyler Murray after the offseason that he's had, wanting to get paid? At one point there were trade rumors and feeling like the team was blaming him. I don't feel like anybody was blaming him, but somehow he felt like he was being blamed for the playoff loss. Then you lose DeAndre Hopkins for the first 6 weeks of the season. And you also lose a lot of key pieces, Christian Kirk, Chandler Jones, et cetera, et cetera. How do they bounce back? We'll see. Is there, some sort of Super Bowl hangover for the Rams? Maybe, maybe not. Probably not. They seem like they're ready to defend what's theirs. But Green Bay, what are they? Minnesota, what are they? Don't know. Detroit were in a lot of close ball games last year. They find a way to win some of those close ball games. They're right in the mix. Chicago, what is Justin Fields in year 2? I don't like his odds, but you don't know. NFC South, yeah, we know Tampa's going to be good. What's New Orleans about? That defense is still going to be good. The guy that's running it is the head coach now. The defense is still going to be good. I can't vouch for the offense, but the defense is going to still be good. Carolina, they traded for Baker Mayfield. It gives them a fighting chance. They got offensive weapons. I think they're still going to roll with Sam Darnold to start the season off. Don't know how long that's going to last, but don't want to count Carolina out. In Atlanta, they're a wild card. I don't like their roster, especially the skill players, but I was interested in Marcus Mariota last year. I'm interested in Marcus Mariota now to see what he's about. Kyle Pitts went over 1,000 yards last year. I know they're going to be missing their top wide receiver in Calvin Ridley, but I said all that to say this. I have no idea. Could we get 3 playoff teams? Sure. I wouldn't rule it out. I wouldn't rule it out. As far as your win totals are concerned, I don't agree, but I don't think you're that far off with the 3 teams. I think the numbers might be a little skewed, but I don't think you're that far off. I think those 3 teams will be somewhere in that vicinity. It may be in a different order and they may be shuffled around, but I think those 3 teams are going to be somewhere in that vicinity. So thank you for the super chat, Alex. Pruff44, P-Ruff44. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Writes, never even been in Maryland, but just bought tickets for week 18 at FedEx. Can't wait for the division, possibly? ? It could be. It could be. the NFL is, holding out hope that it is for the division. And you're hoping that it's for the division with two teams that are 11 and 5 going into the final week of the season, or one team is 11 and 5 and the other is 10 and 6. And because Washington is 10 and 6 and Dallas is 11 and 5, but Washington beat Dallas the first time, or vice versa, Dallas beat Washington in Dallas the first time, and they're 10 and 6. They could have the season sweep over Washington if they beat them, and both teams end up being 11 and 6. Or Dallas is 11 and 5 and Washington's 10 and 6. Dallas beat them the first time, but Washington owns a better divisional record than Dallas. Dallas has lost twice in the division. Washington only that one loss to Dallas. So if they beat Dallas, even though the two teams are tied, Washington has a better divisional record, which means Washington wins the division. So either way, I hope if it is a situation where it comes down to week 18 for those two teams, I hope it's both teams being really good. Not, Washington needs a win at 9 and 8 to get to 10 and get a wild card. Meanwhile, Dallas is at 11 and 5 and needs to win to clinch the division over Philadelphia, who won earlier in the day over the Giants. And if Dallas loses, Philadelphia wins the division and Dallas is a wild card. Like, that's not the shit that I want. I want to be playing for the division. Either way, I just want in the playoffs. So if you're telling me I got to beat Dallas in week 18 to get to the postseason, whatever. But I would prefer it to be for the division. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, I digress. You're going to enjoy it. It's nothing like Dallas, Washington. We can talk all the shit we want about, the crowds at FedEx, but when we're good and we play Dallas, the crowd shows up. There aren't many games on the schedule that you can be assured that the crowd is going to show up. If we're good in week 18 with the division or a playoff berth on the line, there will be massive amounts of Washington fans filling up the stands. Trust me. Thank you for the super chat. Prof 44. Big Money Sonny. My guy, Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Who writes, Alex is drunk, Lou. Ignore his last super chat. He's not drunk. You might say he's drunk because of the 12 wins for the Eagles, and that's fine. He believes in his team. There's nothing wrong with that. That's a 12. He can win 12 wins. He can get 12 wins off that schedule, man. I've talked about their schedule is the closest to ours. So if Jalen Hurts doesn't stink and they can run the football as effectively as they did last year, and the defense isn't trash, because I thought the defense was a liability last season. I don't believe in Jonathan Gannon, their defensive coordinator. I think he's too vanilla. And if that's why they had to go out and get a pass rusher like Hassan Reddick, because they can't just sit back in coverage. They don't have depth in their secondary. I feel like if they have one or two injuries, they could be in trouble, especially in the secondary. That said, if they stay relatively healthy and the defense is any good, they run the football, minimize the impact that Jalen Hurts has to have on football games, they can win 12 games. So I'm not going to dismiss Alex. I don't agree with him, but I'm not going to dismiss him. Us winning 9, of course I don't agree with that. But it could happen, okay? He didn't say we were winning 7 games. He said 9. It can happen, So we'll see what happens. I'm not gonna disregard him. Let's see. Might be out of super chats, and we might be done for the night. No, I got one right here from Duncan Wright. Thank you for the super chat, Duncan Wright. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, can't wait to beat Washington just to shut y'all up. Duncan, this is all I'm going to say to you, bro. Don't go ghost on me after we beat y'all in week 3. I'm not saying you got to show up in the post-game show and make yourself seen. I'm not saying you got to do that, because it's going to hurt. It's going to sting that you lost. And we talked all this shit, and I guaranteed a victory, and you wanted to beat us so bad, and you're gonna lose, and you don't have to show up. But don't ghost me until week 10. If y'all do beat us then, and then want to show up talking shit, don't do that. Okay, just all I ask, and this is all I ever ask of anybody that feels some type of way about how we talk about other teams, or if we talking shit here. You talking shit, bitch? Yeah, I'm talking shit. Yeah, I'm talking shit. Is to come back and see me, whether you win or you lose. Because you know where you're going to find me at. I'm not ducking, no smoke. Whether it gets smoky as hell and I can't breathe, and I can't breathe, or we not ducking no smoke and we cutting through that smoke with a big ass knife. Hot. And the oxygen is nice and clear for us. Either way, you know where to find me. I don't run, I don't duck, I don't hide. So I just ask for the same in return. That's it. Clearly you feeling some type of way. And when you lose in week 3, you owe my man HTTR for life some money. So I hope you wouldn't duck us. Thank you for the super chat, Duncan Wright. Metaphor. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy, Metaphor. This is the second one for you. Double up. I'm pretty sure this is a double up for you. Writes, any updates on the new merch, Lou? No, I don't have an update for you, but the goal was to have it out this month. So I'll let you know. Trust me, you're going to know. You're going to know when the merch is coming. I'll do promos and put out all kinds of fillers so you guys will know in advance. But the goal is to have it out before the end of this month. We'll see if I can get that done. If not, it'll definitely be out by August. Definitely. So I'll keep you abreast of the situation. Let's see. Got a super chat here from Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Big Money Sonny, who writes, F that, Lou. Wentz top 5 dead or alive. 35-5 and 4K. 6-0 against the division and 12/13 wins total. In your words, you already know. Let's effing go. Again, I wish I wish I could co-sign that, man. I wish I could put my John Hancock on that, man. I wish. But I can't. I got to see it first. And I damn sure ain't signing off on 6-0 in the division, because I don't know the last time we did the shit. I think we brought this up in the show before, and I don't know if we even got an answer. I think the answer was we've never done it. I think that was the answer. Change the narrative. Okay. I'll at least throw that into the atmosphere, but I ain't co-signing that shit. I think what we found out was that the Eagles and the Cowboys were the only two to ever have done it. I don't think the Giants did it, and we haven't done it. So it's hard for me to imagine us going to Dallas, Dak Prescott healthy, and beating Dallas in Dallas. That's tough. The Eagles game is going to be tough. I got all bets are off. The only one I'm willing to guarantee victory in is the week 3 matchup against Philadelphia. That week 10 one is going to be brutal. The kind that'll split your noodle in half if you're not careful. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But I could sign up for 12 wins. 13, that's too rich for my blood. Too rich. Even if we're on our very best behavior, I can't see us going 13-4. I just don't see it. So if we go 6-0 in the division and we taking care of business outside of the division, then definitely 13's on the table. But I don't see anything. Honestly, 5-1 is the best we can do. And I think realistically, we're 4-2 in the division. Realistically. So we'll see what happens. Got another super chat here. This one is from my guy, Duncan Wright. Thank you for the super chat, Duncan Wright, who writes, by the way, HTT, whatever, the bet is still on. 50, baby. You got to talk to your man, HTTR. I don't know if y'all, I think y'all made a bet. I don't know if you bet with anybody else. I don't know how all of that was going. Y'all got to take that up with each other in the comment section. You got to talk to them. I don't know. I haven't bet anybody any money. I haven't bet anybody anything. I'm just guaranteeing victory. That's all I'm telling you in week 3. But I know you did bet HTTR for life, or at least that's what was going on in the comment section last week. So we'll see what happens. Big money, Sonny, my guy. Big money, Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you as always. Who writes, Lou, stop the cap. Your fan base knows that you're crazy hype. Set the bar high. That's the only way you can reach it. No, that's not the only way you can reach it. You set the bar high because that's what motivates you to do great things. You can set the bar at 7 wins and hit that. You can reach 7 wins. That's just setting the bar low. I'm setting the bar at a reasonable height. I've already told you this. If this team gave me reason to believe with past actions that we were capable of winning 13 games, 12, 13 games, then I would set the bar with this schedule. I would set the bar incredibly high. If we had the track record of the Green Bay Packers in the regular season, I'd set the bar incredibly high right now. If we were coming off of the season the Arizona Cardinals just had at 10-7, 11-6, whatever the hell they were, I'd be setting the bar incredibly high. But we're coming off of 2 straight 7-win seasons. We find ways to lose games that we should win. And even though everything suggests that this is the year that we finally put it all together, we're still an organization trying to learn how to win even when we're supposed to win. So last year is evident in a great example of us not being able to handle success. We won 7 games and won the division and lost our damn minds. Even though the schedule was brutal, there still were games in there that were winnable that we didn't take care of. So I said all of that to say this. They got to give me a reason to feel like we can win 12 or 13 games. Right now, I'm setting the bar at a reasonable height because that's what I'm comfortable doing. That's what they've preconditioned me to be comfortable doing, is setting the bar at a reasonable height that is obtainable so that we can hit it and feel good about what we've accomplished. I'd love to clear the bar like we're a pole vaulter and clear it, not hit it. But if hitting the mark is 11-6, sign me up. If clearing that mark is 12-5, sign me up again. But what I don't want to do is fall short of that mark. And I'll take 10. I'm not sure if 10's enough to get you in or not, but I'll take 10. Beggars can't be choosers, but at the end of the day, I'm not going to set the bar high because this team hasn't given me enough reason to believe that it's preordained. We're going to win double-digit games and we're going to make the playoffs this year. And Carson Wentz is going to be a slam dunk here in Washington, or as you like to say, top 5 dead or alive. And this team's going to thrive in all of that. I wish I could be as confident as some of you out there. But this is why you love me. I'm the voice of reason. I'm the little you on your shoulder that balances you out because the other one on your shoulder is talking mad shit in your ear, hyping you up, gassing you up. Light a match and your ass is going to the moon, gassing you up. I'm on the other shoulder in the other ear, making sure that the dude on your other shoulder doesn't gas you up too damn much, so that if that shit doesn't go the way it was told to you in your ear, or in the case of, most Washington fans, when the shit doesn't go the way that this one on your ear, the id on your ear, it was, I think it's the id. The id's a good one. So I'm the id, I think. I forgot what the other one's called. The bad one. It's two good ones now. It's two ids. This one's just more confident than the other one. I'm the one that's saying, bro, pump your brakes and drive slow. Not saying we're going to lose. Not saying that you're not right. Just prepare yourself in the event that that's not the case. That's all. Anyway, I digress. Let's see. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat once again. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, my homies from Philly been playing Public Enemy. Don't believe the hype. Those are sensible Eagles fans right there. I mean, you have to do that when you got players like Miles Sanders talking about them having an all-star team and they feel unstoppable and unbeatable. You got to have some voice of reason. It's a damn shame that a guy that just got there 2 seconds ago has to be the voice of reason in AJ Brown, pretty much saying, hey, whoa. Hey, he's excited and he should be. We got a good squad here. We like what we have, but by no means are we an all-star team and none of that bullshit. We got to go out here and work hard every day and try to get it. But, he likes the squad. I like the squad. You should like your squad. I'm not telling you not to like your squad. But it'll be interesting, again, to see what happens. Let's see. All right. Let's see. All right. Got a super chat here. I think this is the last one. Let me see. Yeah, it's from Big Money Sonny. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny, writes, I don't give a rat's buns if the rest of the division is sharp. We just need to be sharp. Was the AFC East sharp when the Patriots won all those chips? But they're the Patriots. They're different. They're cut from a different cloth. Yeah, the way that they're conditioned to go out and destroy the opponent, no matter who it is, it's different. When you step into that building, it's a different aura, and they had the GOAT and all of those things were working in their favor. That's not what we are. That's not what Dallas is. That's not what a lot of teams around the league are. Okay. The Patriots, no matter who the opponent was, saw red. All right. Bill Belichick taught those boys to attack no matter who the opponent was, and don't stop attacking until it's all fours on the clock in the fourth quarter. Not every team is built like that. Okay. A lot of teams play down to the level of competition. A lot of teams aren't, able to play consistent football throughout the entire season. And so, yeah, you need to be kept on your toes by having teams in your division keep you playing at the level that's going to allow you to be able to overcome adversity when everybody's good in the playoffs. You don't get any freebies when you show up in January. That's the difference. And that's when the real teams are separated from the fakes. We've seen it, and we saw it last year. We saw it with 2 years ago. We saw it with Chicago when they barely got in 2 years ago. We saw it with Philadelphia last year when they got in. We see it all the time when these teams who aren't supposed to be there, which is why I was never a fan of the seventh team getting in both conferences, because normally that team isn't supposed to be there in the first place. 6 was a good number. It kept it from being damn near half of the league getting into the postseason. To me, honestly speaking, we didn't need the seventh team in each conference. But you know what? It is what it is. It's done, and they're not going back, and that's fine. But, at the end of the day, if you go into the playoffs and you didn't face a lot of adversity through the regular season. It to me, it hurts you. I thought Kansas City was made a better team by the adversity they faced last year. It was the first time Patrick Mahomes faced adversity in his career. And I think without it, this is the first time he wasn't, number one seed, other than his first year. Matter of fact, they were number one seed. I think that first year, New England had to come to them in his first year as a starter in 2018. It was the first time that he didn't have a path that was cleared out for him. Same thing with Tom Brady. Tom Brady, for the first time in his NFL career, I think it was when he got to Tampa, that he played a road wild card weekend game. Had never done it in his career. That first year that he played with the Buccaneers. That's when you know your shit is sweet. When you ain't never played a road wild card weekend. Hell, most of the time Brady wasn't playing in wild card weekend. He was chilling at the crib waiting for his opponent in the divisional round. That's how Mahomes has been. Last year was the first time he faced adversity. And you know what? It helped them get to the championship game again. It helped them. Now, it didn't help them get to the Super Bowl. Should have. They were up 21-3 at halftime, but the Cincinnati Bengals were a battle-tested football team that played in a brutal division. It forced them to have to, pull up their bootstraps every week. And so they were battle-tested. They were a little bit more battle-tested than Kansas City. So I just think that you benefit from your division being good. It's not a necessity. It's not a prerequisite. But you better be about that life when you get to the postseason. If you're going to run roughshod over a bad division, you better be ready. Because Tampa Bay wasn't ready last year. Their division was ass last year. When they won the Super Bowl, the Saints were just as good as them. The Saints embarrassed them at the crib on a Sunday night, if you recall. They had so much adversity that first year when Brady got there. And they didn't even win the division. The Saints did. That helped them go on the road, beat Washington, beat that same Saints team, and then beat Green Bay and then stomp a damn mud hole in the damn Kansas City Chiefs. If you don't think that playing a tough division and having to earn it during the regular season and having a little bit of adversity, if you don't think that helps, you're a damn fool. Now, there's the other end of the spectrum. The Eagles in 2017, they had adversity with Carson Wentz getting injured, but they pretty much ran through the entire league, through the division, en route to 13-3, 14-2, whatever the hell their record was. They were dominant. One seed, smoked the competition in the postseason, and won the Super Bowl. Right? Panthers, that year 15-1. No adversity, no challenges in the division. Steamrolled their way through the playoffs. Met their first bit of adversity in the Super Bowl. Look how they responded. They didn't. It could go both ways. I'd much rather be the battle-tested, mentally tough team. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. All right. Got another super chat. This one is from 25 inches long, 12 inches thick. Have no idea what that is, and I'm not going to ask. Pause. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, top 5 players in Snyder's tenure. Are you saying where their careers were played in his tenure, or if he just overlapped in, say, their last year, like a Darryl Green, for instance? You would have to specify that, because technically Darryl Green was in his tenure, but he didn't really play in his tenure. If you're talking about guys that actually played the bulk of their careers in Daniel Snyder's tenure, it'll probably look like this. Trent Williams, probably Terry McLaurin already in just a short 3 years. Santana Moss. You probably have to say Clinton Portis. He had some big years in there rushing for this team. And I mean, obviously Sean Taylor. I'm being biased. Short-lived, but you got to say Sean Taylor and the impact that he had. We had some other really good players play for us. But I would go with those 5 probably. Santana Moss, Clinton Portis, Sean Taylor, Trent Williams, and Terry McLaurin. If you wanted to take a guy out, it would be Terry. If you wanted to add a guy in, probably Kirk Cousins. Even could go Pierre Garçon if you wanted to do that as well. Even if you said, okay, Terry's not worthy, give me another receiver, it'd be Pierre Garçon. You could throw Deshaun Jackson in there, but it was too short-lived. Deshaun was. Pierre was here a little bit longer. So I would probably go Pierre, but I think Terry's better than both of those dudes, honestly, in just a short period of time. Obviously, he's not the walking big play that, explosive 40-yard plus touchdown machine that Deshaun Jackson has been in his career and that he was here in Washington. But he's more consistent than Deshaun was here in Washington. A lot of people don't realize, though, Deshaun had 2 back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons in Washington. It's easy to forget that. Anyway, that would be my top 5, though. And if you are adding Darrell Green in this, you got to bump Terry out and add Darrell Green in. And you could easily add in a Chris Samuels. There are other guys, like I said, there are other guys that were really good players. John Jansen, Chris Samuels more so than Jansen, but Chris Samuels would be a guy that is like right there on that short list. We've had some really good players. At one point, if you were a Washington Redskins fan for a long time, we got spoiled at left tackle. We had some good left tackles for a very long time. Very long. That's one of the positions I'm not used to having to go searching for, or, oh man, we suck at left tackle. That's why when Trent first left and we were having that, sort of, weird little transition at left tackle, I was like, this is weird for me. The only other time we sucked at left tackle was when we had like Tyler Columbus and all those guys back in like 13 and 14 with Robert Griffin III. And we sucked at on the offensive line then. And some of that was Robert's doing, but we weren't very good. There was a small little window in there when Trent was injured and we had to play guys like that. But for the most part, it was straight from Chris Samuels. I think there was 1 year we sucked at tackle, and then boom, right to Trent Williams. So anyway, I go off on a tangent sometimes. My bad. Thank you for the super chat. Duncan Wright. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Duncan Wright, writes, you get it wrong. He said, you get it wrong, just giving Jalen his due. You keep wanting to give him his due. Give him his due for what? What exactly am I giving him credit for? Against good teams, he was awful last year. What am I giving him credit for? That's what I keep. If you give me a reason to give him credit, I might just do it. Give me a reason. His legs were a huge advantage, and they used his ability as a runner, his ability to get out of the pocket and throw the football on the move, where he was probably better than when he was in the pocket. They used those things to his advantage. But Jalen Hurts as a passer at times against good teams last season was awful. Awful. Christopher Richardson. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Christopher Richardson. I don't see a comment from you, but if I see one, I probably will just read it, man. I appreciate the super chat. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Once again, thank you, Christopher Richardson. All right. Let's see. Got a super there. And that might be the last one of the night. Let's see. Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny, writes, preference on when the bye week hits, early, mid-season, or late. My vote would be week 12. So as a fan, I don't have a problem where the bye week is. I actually think it sets you up, similar to the Eagles last year who had a late bye. It sets you up for the stretch run. You get rest, and you have a chance to play some of your best ball down the stretch because you're well rested. As a player, and this is what I'm more concerned about, is not how I feel as a fan, because I'm not out there playing. I don't have the grueling schedule. I don't have the toll that it's taking on my body. I'm just watching. As a player, I know from listening to many players speak on this particular topic that they would prefer the early season bye, like week 6 or 7, because in their minds, they want to split not the regular season up, but the entire season up. And what we don't take into consideration is training camp. Like once you start training camp, you don't get real days off as a player. From the point that you hit training camp in late July, mid to late July, you're just working until the end of the season, whether that's December or January for you or until February. So a lot of these guys look at the whole, in this particular case, it'll be 5 weeks of training camp or 5 weeks of training camp / preseason that prepares you for the regular season. And then we're going to play, essentially 13 straight weeks of football, coupled with the 5 already from the offseason or training camp / preseason. That's 18 straight weeks without real time off to yourself to recharge the battery. It's a long damn time, right? So the players would rather have that bye come at week 6, right? So you get the 5 weeks of, preseason / training camp. Then the first 5 weeks of the regular season, that's 10 weeks. You cut it in half. You come back after the bye, and you're probably looking at another 10 weeks of football, weeks 7 through 18. You're looking at 10 to 11 weeks of football. That's how they would prefer to split it down the middle. I actually think it works to our benefit that we have that week 6 Thursday night game against the Bears. So it gives you the feel of a bye week, gives those guys a chance to put football down, get away for a little bit, recharge the battery, and then hit the ground running that following week so that they don't get burnt out. And then that'll get them to the finish line of week 13 against the Giants to that bye week. And I prefer as a fan the, week 10, 11 bye, somewhere in there. As a player, they would much rather it be like week 6. And I want what they want. Whatever's best for them, that's what I want. So we'll see what happens. And if we can get to that week 14 without limping to it, some teams are just trying to make it to the bye week. I want us to hit that bye week, playing good football, needing the break, but playing good football despite hitting that bye week. Let's see. All right. Make sure I didn't skip over anything. I don't think I did. All right. So we hit that one. We hit that one. And let's see. I think it's one more super chat in here. I may be tripping, and there may not be any more super chats. All right, I see one there. I see one there. Just want to make sure I haven't skipped over. Boy, y'all having a lot of conversation. I love it, though. I wouldn't have it any other way. All right, I'm pretty sure I didn't miss anything. If I did, y'all let me know. But I'm pretty sure I got through that. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Metaphor writes, can't assume L to New York. Hop could be distracted by jump. Can't assume L to New York. I don't know what you're referring to. L to the New York Giants. Who having an L? Us, the Cowboys, the Eagles. Hop could be distracted by jump. Oh, you're talking about the okay, got it. You're talking about the week 2 game last season. He wasn't distracted by that shit, man. He just missed the kick. Okay. That jump was so it was a negligible jump. Okay. It was small, but it was the right call. He was offsides. And it was such a finite, decision between, is he offsides at the time of the snap or did he just move early, that Giants fans were contending that he wasn't offsides, this, that, and the third. That move wasn't like somebody jumping the line before the ball gets back to the holder and you're like, okay, yeah, he's definitely, or a guy, running off that edge, you try to get that running start off the edge, to try to block it, and that kind of distracts you. I don't think that jump had anything. He just missed the damn kick. We'll see though. Or we won't see. I'm glad he got another chance. Shit. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny, writes, Lou, after the deep dive, I'm feeling more hype. That's why I did it, to give you more perspective, because we've talked so much about everybody else's schedule or being soft, just like ours is, and having the potential to win, 11, 12, 13 games if they take advantage of the schedule. But we never, I can't speak for you. I never looked at the schedule myself. And in a season where we feel like, I can't tell you the last time where I went into a season expecting to win 10 games. It never happens. Okay. It never, and I don't like talking in such, certainties. I can say that I never have gone into a season expecting to win 10 games since Daniel Snyder has taken over. Never. Not even when Gibbs was here, 2.0. Not after we won a divisional, a playoff game at Tampa and almost beat Seattle, who ultimately went on to represent the NFC in the Super Bowl. Not even that next year, which we stunk because they got rid of, all of the stuff that they did the year previous and brought in all these different guys. Joe Gibbs thought the game had passed them by, this, that, and the third. They brought in the 500 playbook coach. I can see his damn face. I don't know why I can't think of his damn name. Anyway, I've never, even after 2012, Robert Griffin III got hurt all in for week 1. I just knew that was going to be a disaster, and it was. Even after 2015, I was hyped after 2016. That was the last time I still didn't think we were going to win 10 games that next year. But I thought we had a chance to be really good. Defensively, we weren't good. And that was the problem. We weren't good defensively. And we should have won 10 games that year, though. But remember, Antonio Brown twerked on us the first game on a Monday night at home after winning the 9 games and winning the division. And you like that and all of that stuff. That pretty much, that put a pretty good damper on how I felt about winning 10 games if there was ever a thought about that. But we won the next 2 games, and then we played the undefeated Chiefs on a Monday night, and then everybody and their mama got hurt, and that was our season in a nutshell. Anyway. I did the deep dive so that everyone could see what the other teams in the division schedule look like, not just what ours looks like, so that you know what we're up against. We can feel really good about our schedule, but if somebody's schedule is easier than ours and they take full advantage, we could win 12 and somebody else could still win 13. I mean, so you need to see the schedule to see if that is even possible. And I'm here to tell you that of all the team schedules in the division, it's possible for us. I don't see us doing that. It's possible for Philadelphia. I don't see them doing it either. I don't see Dallas doing it, but I'm telling you right now, if Dallas wins at home in the first 2 weeks against Tampa and Cincinnati, their confidence will skyrocket through the roof, and they could easily win 13, 14 games. Easily do it. So it is imperative that at a bare minimum, they split those first 2. just for our sake, because we know the Cowboys can get hot. They're a regular season team. You say what you want about them in the postseason, but when they're good in the regular season, they're really good in the regular season, okay? Say what you want. Dak's had a 13-win season. I'm pretty sure there's a 12 somewhere in there. He's definitely had 11 probably twice in his career, at least to this point. Dak's a regular season winning machine. Say what you want about his postseason escapades, okay? And the lack of success there. What you can't argue is Dak getting the shit done in the regular season. So if they beat Tampa Bay at home, they beat Cincinnati at home, oh shit, here we go. Here we go with Dallas potentially winning 13 games, being a number 1 seed and shit. It doesn't mean much because that first game that they play at home against Aaron Rodgers, they're going to lose. We've seen the movie already, but nobody wants to see that shit except Cowboys fans. One of these times, the shit is not going to happen the way it always happens, which is why I don't want them to be in a position to not have it go that way. Because one of these times, they ask going to win 13 games, be the number 1 seed, and actually parlay that shit into a trip to the Super Bowl, or at least to the NFC Championship game. To hell with that. I don't want them going to that damn NFC Championship game before us. Anyway, I said all of that to say this. I wanted you guys to see the schedule, just like I wanted to see the schedule, to see what we were up against. And I like our chances too. But I'm telling you, there's a chance for Dallas to get their rocks off if they get off to those first 6 weeks. Going to be really telling as to how successful Dallas' season is going to be. For the Eagles, weeks 5 through 13, make or break their season. I don't care how good they start. That 8-game stretch, weeks 5 through 13, they're going to tell the story for the Eagles. If they start out hot and they navigate their way 4-4 through that, look, they're right in a position to win 11, 12 games. If they don't start out as hot and they struggle in that midsection of the season, or if they start out like game busters, they're 4-0, but they struggle to a 3-5, mark, and they're 7-5, because you can get to 7-5 2 different ways. 4-0, 3-5, 7-5. 3-1, 4-4, 7-5. You can get to it multiple ways. But if they can get to that, week 14 at 7-5, they're set up to not necessarily run the table, which would get them to 12, which is what Alex said. But they could win 3 out of their final 5 or 4 out of their final 5 and get to 11-6 or 12-5, or 10-7, and that might be good enough to make the playoffs. So there's a path for Philadelphia. There's a path for Dallas. There's a path for us. Hell, there's even a path for the Giants. I don't think they're going to be able to take it because I think their start to their season is rough. But now I have a better handle on what everybody else is dealing with. So when somebody comes to me and that's an Eagles fan and say, we win in 13 games, bullshit. You will not talk that shit to me because I couldn't say you weren't winning 13 games. I hadn't seen your schedule. Maybe it is a 13-win schedule. They ain't winning 13 damn games. I don't think they win 12. They could win 11. They could win 10. I could see a situation where they win 9 because Jalen Hurts stinks. I don't see them winning any less than 9 games. They'd have to have a train wreck of a season to win anything less than 9. Anyway, I digress. Thank you for the super chat. Big Money Sonny. Johnny Boy 26, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Johnny Boy 26, thank you for being a member of the MOBB Rights. I got 10-7 in a playoff push. Again, I'll take it. Double digits in a trip to the playoffs. The only reason I'm not hell-bent on 10 wins is because I'm not sure if that's going to be good enough to get you into the tournament, to get you a ticket to the dance when they shut the doors and lock them. I don't know if you got a ticket and you're sitting down at the table inside the dance. I'm not sure about 10-7. I'd like to think 10 should be good enough to get you in, but I've seen years where 10 wasn't good enough. And now that they got this 17th game, 10 really might not be good enough. You might have to get to 11 because there could be other 10-win teams sitting there. Like, we don't know what San Francisco is going to be. We don't know what Arizona is going to be. We know that the Rams are going to be good. We know Green Bay is going to be good. We don't know what Minnesota is going to be. Okay. We know Tampa is going to be good, but we don't know what New Orleans is going to be. So right there, I just gave you 2 teams in the South, 2 teams in the North, and 3 teams in the West. That's 7 right there. Not saying that all of them are going to be good and make the playoffs, but that's 7 teams that could win 10 games. Then you get to the NFC, somebody's going to win 11, 12 games minimum. Somebody's going to win 11 or 12. And this with the way the schedule's set up, Dallas, Philadelphia, Washington, somebody's winning 12 games. Somebody else is winning 10 or 11. So you're not assured of 10 wins getting you in. Let's just for shits and giggles. Let's say I'm biased. You know I am. Let's say we win a division at 12-5. All right. Let's say Dallas goes 11-6. Philly goes 10-7. Okay. That's 3 10+ win teams right there. Green Bay does their Green Bay shit. They go 13-4, 12-5. Let's say Minnesota's 10-7. Let's say you go to the NFC South. Tampa Bay's 12-5. Let's say New Orleans 10-7. Let's go to the NFC West. Let's say the Rams are 12-5. Let's say the 49ers are 9-8. And let's say the Cardinals are 10-7. I just gave you like 4 or 5 10-7 teams. All of them are not getting into the playoffs, okay? Like that's like a realistic possibility that could transpire this year. That you could have Minnesota and Arizona and Philadelphia or Washington or Dallas and Minnesota. I think I already said Minnesota and New Orleans all at 10-7. All of them aren't getting in. All of them aren't getting in. Because again, you got 4 division winners. All of those 10 win, none of those 10 win teams won their division, by the way. So only 3 of them are getting in. So anyway, I digress. If 10 is good enough to get in, I'll take it. I'd prefer 11 just to be safe. I'm reaching for 12 because I know it's doable and obtainable, but anything I can get my hands on to get me to the postseason, sign me up. Thank you for the super chat. Johnny Boy, 26. All right. Got another super chat here. This one is from 1,800 shots. Shot. Thank you for this super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, Lou, we started slow in way too many games. Facts. Effort and consistency will go a long way for us next year. Plus, chat, stop the Kirk hate, LOL. So they must be already going in on Kirk Cousins, the old 8 car. Yeah, they need to stop their foolishness, but they're not. A lot of the people in the comment section can't stand Kirk Cousins. Didn't think he was good enough here. And again, he had his moments where he didn't, measure up, but Kirk Cousins was the best quarterback we had here in Washington. Cancel the RG3 or the Robert Griffin III 2012 year. Cancel that. He's the best quarterback we had in Washington. Probably going all the way back to Brad Johnson. You got to go all the way back here. Brunell had some solid games. He never had great years here in Washington. He was a shell of himself by the time he got to Washington. But, yeah, I mean, he was the best quarterback we had since Brad Johnson. I mean, the absolute disrespect that he's shown is beyond me. I get it. He came up short in some games. I'm not going to sit here and sugarcoat it. But he also came up big in some games. Did you forget you liked that game? Did you forget the game against Philadelphia where he had the brain fart right before halftime, where instead of spiking the ball, he took a knee? You remember that? You remember how he came out and played in the second half of that game? Not to mention he played his ass off in the first half of that game. We smoked Philadelphia in Philly on Christmas Eve, or actually day after Christmas, to clinch the division, so that we didn't even need the game next week against Dallas which we went and he played the first like quarter and a half and smoked them then too. And he was really good against Green Bay. Like, he got let down by some of his teammates. He had a missed, let's say we had a missed extra point or field goal. Deshaun Jackson didn't dive for the pylon. That should have been a touchdown. Instead, we had to settle for a damn field goal. We should have been up like 16-0 instead of we were up 11-0. Anyway, Kirk had some real good games. Should have beat the Bengals. He did everything he could to lead us to a victory there, and Dustin Hopkins choked that one away. Defense couldn't hold Matthew Stafford in 42 seconds from going down the field after Kirk had the read option, fake, keep and run for the touchdown. Anyway, Matt Jones, Matt Jones fumbled like twice in that game, including going in at the goal line against the Lions, the game that we ended up losing when we went 8-7-1. Yeah, Kirk was awful in the Giants game. You know who else was awful? The goddamn defense. The Giants didn't have two shits to play for. They literally ran the football, ran as vanilla an offense as you could run, and they ran it right down our damn throats. So miss me with the Kirk Cousins hate, man. It's enough of it to go around, but not from some of y'all. Not from you. You. Not from some of you out there. It's enough of it going around out there. Let them do that shit. Not from you. You should appreciate Kirk. With the quarterback play that we've had here in Washington, you should appreciate Kirk Cousins. But damn if I ain't gonna boo the shit out of his ass from the seat of my damn from my couch when he comes back to Washington, hoping that we kick his ass. Anyway, I digress. And to your point, we started really slow in a lot of games. We started way too slow in. And there were games where the defense started off fast. That's the part that was frustrating. The New Orleans game, defense started off great, and the offense did nothing with the opportunities. Picked Jameis Winston off, if I'm not mistaken, twice in the first half of that game. And we give up the stupid-ass Hail Mary right before halftime. But you know why we were even in that predicament? Because the offense didn't take advantage of short fields and great opportunities. The Chiefs game, we picked off Patrick Mahomes. Well, no. We turned the Chiefs over 3 times in the first half of that game. 3 times. And we were only up 13-10. Like, come on, man. You got to be kidding me. Stupid shit that we were doing in some of those games. The Buffalo game, it was 21-0 before we woke the hell up and had 14 unanswered points in that game. It's 21-0. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. See my wife coming in clutch with the beverage. At the end of the day, I think Wentz is going to allow this team to offensively start faster. One of our biggest problems has been we don't score enough points. And a byproduct of us not sustaining offense, not scoring points, is putting this defense on the field continuously. And when they're good, it's not a problem. But when they're not good, or when we're facing a really good opponent that can move the football, it's now a problem. So I feel like this is one of those things that we just got to figure it out. Let's see. Jay Kurt 20. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Jay Kurt 20 writes, I'm optimistic. If we win this year, I don't want the national and local media jumping on the bandwagon. A lot of them don't expect nothing from us. I already said last week, keep the same energy. If you're on that side, stay on that side. That's how I want it to be. And I'm keeping receipts. I'm petty. I told you guys this before. I'm really petty. I wish I wasn't. I wish I wasn't as petty as I am, but I'm a very petty individual. And so I'm keeping receipts. And if you got that energy right now, that we're gonna suck this year, you're gonna win 7, 6 games, whatever. Adam Rank has us winning 3 games. Keep that same damn energy. Stay on that side when we win 11 or 12. Keep that same energy and keep your ass right where you at. Don't cross that line. Don't you cross that line. I'm going to knock your hat off. Dare you to cross that damn line. Now, I already said if you're a Washington fan and you got us winning 7 games, you more than welcome to come have a seat when we win 11 or 12. I'm not going to stop you. I'm not going to hold you up. I'm not even going to ask you for a boarding pass, a ticket, a passport, or nothing. No identification. If you say you're a Washington fan, then you all right with me. Because they've preconditioned us to expect the worst, hope for the best, but expect the worst. And that's always how I've operated. I'm not operating in that space this year. I'm expecting us to be good, hoping that we're better. They need to prove me right for not feeling negative and feeling like, okay, set the bar low, hope we tower over it. Nah, I'm not doing that this year. I'm allowing myself to feel like there's an opportunity for us to do some big things. But they need to instill that confidence in me early. And I already told you, if they instill that confidence early, if you think I'm talking shit now, if you're a fan of this team, y'all know I'm not allowing myself to go all the way. And if you watch the Super Friends stream last year when we were on that 4-game heater going into the 5-game stretch against NFC East opponents, you know damn well I can turn the shit up. Okay. I'm not allowing that to take place until they show me that I have every reason and every right to be confident in their ability to go out and get it done on a weekly basis. Until then, I'm going to stay even keel. Expect us to be good. Hope that we can be better, but I'm not going to go off the deep end. They got to show me that we're capable of doing that. But until then, I just want everybody to keep the same energy. Mr. Ron B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Mr. Ron B, who writes, my 5 losses as of today. Dallas, which I predicted was one of them. Green Bay. I think I said that Green Bay because you had us losing 1 game. I think I said it was Indy. So you said it was Green Bay. And that one, you do have Indy as one of your losses. I think Green Bay and Indy are in the same quarter, and you said we were going to be 3-1, 3-1. No, you had 2-2. That's right. And I think I did say Green Bay and Indianapolis. So you had 3-1, 2-2, 3-1, 4-1 were your records. So that was your 2 losses in that quarter. You said Philly at which I predicted you would say Philly, and I predicted San Francisco. So I think I got all of your losses because truth be told, if you're a fan of this team, those do all look like losses on the schedule. When you look at the schedule, you take the bias out of the equation. Oh, we're going to sweep Philadelphia. We're going to sweep Dallas. We're going to go 6-0. And then you take that shit out of the equation and you come to the table with realistic expectations. Those are the 5 games. If you told me you got to pick 5 games on the schedule that we're going to lose, those are the 5 games right there. I think we're probably going to lose one more and be 11-6. I haven't made a prediction yet, but if you told me we're going to be 12-5, those are the 5 losses right there. Me and you were right. We're right here, Mr. Ron B. But that's what I expect from an OG, triple OG, that you would be right here. We would be on the same wavelength. Thank you for the super chat, Mr. Ron B. Let's see. 25 inches long, 12 inches thick. Double up. Thank you for the super chat and doubling up. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, you getting any Commanders jersey / gear this year? You see the hats, right? You see the hats. That's probably the biggest investment that I will make. You know, I'm not a jersey guy. I've told you that already. But I could see me, getting a jacket or shirt or something like that. Maybe I won't rule that out. I usually end up copping. If I find a good deal, I'll cop a shirt or something like that. But hats is usually the extent of the merch that you'll get from me. But you got to admit the Commanders Letterman jacket is really dope. And so if I saw that at a reasonable price, I wouldn't be opposed to copping one of those. Anyway, thank you for the super chat. J Sauer 1990, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, I got some of the tickets for practice. I'm stoked. I'm still mulling over whether I want to go or not. Half of me wants to go. I would love to run into some of y'all. The other half of me is like, man, F that. I got other shit I could be doing. I need to make a decision, though. They put the pressure on me today. They sent me an email like, look, bro, it's my last call. You got till July 13th to make up your damn mind. Do you want to come to practice or not? I got to figure out if I want to go. I'll figure out, and I'll let y'all know. But I'm glad you're going. I'm happy for you. Enjoy. 1/6 Devil Doc. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Shout out to your wife, who writes, catch you on playback, Lou. Tired from work, 11 and 6. Get that rest, bro. Get that bread, as always. And you know it'll be here for you waiting when you get a chance. Let's see. All right. I see some of y'all out there saying, I'm listening to the bad one on my shoulder this year. Those are the same ones that I've been begging to not get drunk, that are just popping cup after cup, man. You're going to be the ones waking up with that stinging ass headache, wondering what the hell happened last night. I'm trying to have you refrain from being that guy. All right. Anyway, I digress. Aaron Carson, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Aaron writes, change is in the air for Washington in 2022, Lou. New name, new attitude, double-digit win total, playoff berth. Commanders change the narrative. That's the train that we on right now. Change the narrative, man. That's the train that we're on. Choo-choo! Choo-choo! I hope that you're right, that change is in the air. I feel like I can smell it, but I'm not sure, you know. We'll find out. Part of me, I think, and this is so dumb, but part of me is saying the same thing. And I think I've said this to you guys before, that it's a new name, it's a new brand, and Ron's been begging for a reset. Like, don't burden us with the failures of the past. Give us a chance. And I'm like, Ron, I hear you, bro. And I really, 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 really want to forget all of the scars that I have, but I can't. It's impossible. And I think for the fans that wanted to give Ron a chance and weren't necessarily overly enthusiastic when we got him, the 2 7-win seasons haven't done much to move the needle for them, despite winning the division one of those years. It didn't move the needle for them. And so they're not willing to give Ron the benefit of the doubt, which is fine. But for me, this is the first time since Ron took the job, which is what I said when he took the job. 2022 is the first year that I will have real expectations for this team. This is the first time probably since we got Mike Shanahan as our head coach. Because even that 2016 season, going into it after winning the division in 15, and I was hyped in 2016 going into the season, there still were holes in the roster. There still were things that, I felt like could be our undoing. And another thing was, how do we handle, the success? That's something we had never done well. Every year, that's why we haven't made the playoffs 2 years in a row since 91, 92. Because we don't handle success well. The very next year after we make the playoffs, usually we follow that up with a dud of a season. I haven't been willing to forgive, not ever forget, but forgive some of the past transgressions since Mike Shanahan got here. Even when he got here and his first year in 2010 and 2011, when they tried to convince us, and I fell for it hook, line, and sinker with, I said, oh, go, Johnny. Johnny be good tonight. Yeah. With John Beck and Rex Grossman. Even though they lied to my face and told me that Donovan McNabb had cardiovascular problems and couldn't finish the game in Detroit, I still was like, that's a 2-time Super Bowl winning head coach. Those boys know offense. When you got Ryan Terrain out here about to run for a G, you got to be doing something right as an offensive play caller. You got some kind of juice. I'm willing to give Ron a chance. And part of that is because we're the Commanders now. Like this, there's enough good juju to overshadow the Daniel Snyder bad juju because we're brand new. There's still a stench. It still stinks. It's still Daniel Snyder. I get it. But there's a part of me that's like, we're the Commanders now. And, some of the bad stuff, it's Washington football team Redskin shit. Because we got some good luck. In 2 years, we won one division as the Washington football team. You're like, some of that's the Redskin shit. I don't know. Part of me is that way because of the new name. I think the rest is really just a combination of Ron having Carson Wentz and feeling like he gives us a chance at worst, and this roster just being, better than people think. Anyway, change the narrative. Change the narrative. I'm with you, Aaron. Thank you for the super chat. Let's see. Got another super chat. This one is from my guy, 1800 shots. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. 1800 shots. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, I super chatted earlier, Lou, but we needed to get good starts to these games, and the chat gotta leave Cousins alone. LOL. He's our best since 2013. I mean, again, if you take out the 2012 season with Robert, he's the best since Brad Johnson in 1999. I mean, that's how far back you got to go. I mean, he set every statistical record at the quarterback position that this franchise pretty much had in his, 3 years at a high level as a starter on this football team in 15, 16, and 17. So, I mean, people can say what they want to say, but the facts are what they are. He was a damn good quarterback, top half of the league, good enough to get you to the playoffs, good enough to win you a playoff game if the supporting cast around him was willing to do their part. Should have got us back to the playoffs in 16 in back-to-back years. Outdueled quarterbacks like Derek Carr and Aaron Rodgers throughout, the course of his career in Washington, and had some other games where he played extremely well, and nobody really wants to give him the credit that he deserves. It is what it is. At the end of the day, he didn't win some big games, and there is some validity to he couldn't get it done in clutch moments. There were games where he didn't play well, but there were also games where he was outstanding and the team didn't meet his level of play. And remember, he did all of this with no run game as well. Imagine if he had Antonio Gibson when he was here and J.D. McKissick. Could you imagine? I mean, he had Chris Thompson. Could you imagine if he had J.D. McKissick and Antonio Gibson? Are you kidding me? Anyway, I digress. Alex says, don't forget Champ Bailey in that Daniel Snyder discussion. Yeah, you could say that, but really most of Champ Bailey's career was played in Denver. Like when he goes in the Hall of Fame, I think he already went in the Hall of Fame. He went in as a Denver Bronco. Like, he's really good in Washington, but Champ will tell you himself, his best football was in Denver. He doesn't claim us, so. But yeah, he was good too. J Kurt 20, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. J Kurt 20, double up, thank you for doubling up. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes? D Hall and B Mitch been ripping Ron all offseason. They always bring up his record as a coach. D Hall says he's average. I know Ron tired of the backlash. D'Angelo Hall has an axe to grind because he got fired from the broadcast team. So he's a little bitter. And the things that they're saying aren't false, it's not without merit. It's just that it's unnecessary. But B Mitch, like I said, B Mitch is angry black man. All right. B Mitch is old man, get off my lawn. I love B Mitch though. And like I said, and I say this about B Mitch all the time. B Mitch usually complains about the same shit over and over, which means it's a problem. If it weren't, he wouldn't be complaining about the shit all the time. But after every loss or every big loss, he comes and he rants about it, and it gets to the point where you start to tune him out. However, like I said, you always want to just keep one ear open when B Mitch speaks, because every now and again he's going to drop a gem on your melon, even though he's doing it in a rant. So I always try to keep one ear open to what B Mitch is saying, but I never give B Mitch two ears. Okay. D'Angelo, a little salty. Okay. You ever gone to Chipotle and you go to one of those, let's call it a spade. You go to a black Chipotle, but look, you get a heavy-handed white person and it's all the same to me. But you get them in the back, they make the chips, and there's nothing like some Chipotle chips with those big ass pieces of sea salt, and they just go ham in your bag. And you get to the bottom of the bag, and it's a third of the bag full. Like, you turn it to that corner, and it's this much sea salt left. Those are the best chips. That's D'Angelo Hall. He's the sea salt in the bottom of that bag. Salty as hell. So he's mad. If he were still working here, he wouldn't be as critical of Ron. But he's not working here, so he is critical. Again, nothing he or B Mitch has said is false. It's not without merit. It's just unnecessary. That's all. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Lou tripping by missing all of these super chats, though. I haven't missed a single super chat. Why is you lying? Thank you for the super chat. Writes, Terry is the most loved Redskin since I say Moss. So, question mark. So, I saw Kevin Sheehan had a radio segment. Somebody retweeted it. It ended up on my timeline. And I saw that he asked a question on his radio program. Is Terry McLaurin the most beloved Redskin or Skins player or Washington player, however you want to phrase it, since Sean Taylor? To me, it's a no-brainer. It's absolutely he is. For me, it just always went in this manner, right? And you can tell me if I'm wrong or if you feel differently. This is why we have these discussions. But I always felt like Darryl Green had the baton first, right? And for some of you a little bit older, it was Riggo who had the baton, first. And then it got passed to Darryl Green. And Darryl Green held on to that bitch all the way to the 2000s. From the 80s all the way to the 2000s. It's crazy, right? I always felt Darryl passed that baton for me to Chris Samuels, right? And I felt like Chris Samuels was a guy you had to love, always accountable, dependable, And so I felt like he passed it to Chris Samuels, and then Chris Samuels passed it to Sean. And then there was this void that was left when Sean passed away. And then we attached ourselves to those you guys, Clinton Portis, Santana Moss, all of those guys. But after Sean passed, their best football had come and gone. Clinton played his best football probably with us in 04 and 05, and maybe a little bit of 06. But as we got to 07, he started to, we started to see the decline. And if I'm not mistaken, 08 was his last year, maybe 09. By the time Mike Shanahan got here, Clinton wasn't here. I think he was gone in like 08 or 09. So, and Santana Moss hung on until like 2012, but he was a shell of himself. By the time we got Robert Griffin III, Santana was probably the third best option offensively. It's crazy as it sounds. Robert was probably more comfortable going to Pierre and probably Aldrick Robinson than Santana Moss. Santana had some good catches. I always remember the spinning pirouette catch right before halftime against Dallas on Thanksgiving, but those plays were few and far between for Santana in that 2012 season. Anyway, I always felt like after Sean, there was this void. And then Trent Williams showed up. And we wanted to attach ourselves to Trent, but there was too many off the field issues, and he was hurt at pivotal times. And so it became hard, even though he was the best player on the team. It was hard to attach yourself to Trent Williams. So it was still that void for me. And then I thought Terry was the one. Everybody wanted to attach themselves to Robert Griffin III. I never did. 2012, I was hyped about 2012, but I started to see the friction when he got hurt against Baltimore. There were so many questions about should he have gone back in the game, this, that, and the third. Then the same thing happened in the playoff game against Seattle. But we heard rumblings and grumblings, and we heard what he did. We heard what Daniel Snyder did after the Cleveland game. So it's hard for me to be like, oh, it's like, this shit isn't good. But we were winning. So win is the best deodorant, So I skipped right past Robert Griffin III. From that stretch on, there was never a guy. Chris Thompson was a lovable guy, but in order to be that dude, you got to be either the best player on the team or one of the best players on the team. Chris Thompson was never the best or one of the best. He was a really good player. And he was impactful at times. It felt like he was the best player on the team. I probably should take that back, because there are times that 2017 season, you could argue that Chris Thompson was the best player on that team offensively, not named Kirk Cousins. You could argue that. And when he got hurt in New Orleans, our season was done. It was over. Anyway, I don't think it's a contest. I said all of that to say this. For me, this is how it's always been. It was Darryl Green growing up. He passed the baton to Chris Samuels for me. Loved Chris Samuels. Felt like if he didn't have the stenosis of his neck, he was a guy that was a borderline Hall of Fame type of player had he played 5-6 more years, which he probably would have at a high level. But I felt like it was Chris Samuels, just a lovable dude, top of his game, one of the best tackles in football. And I felt like he passed it to Sean. And Sean was electric. He was a shooting star, here today, gone tomorrow, but left a lasting impact, not just on this organization and its fans, but the rest of the league and the upcoming generation. And then I thought it was a void that was left. There wasn't a guy you really could attach yourself to. I think for a lot of fans, it was Ryan Kerrigan. Never my guy. And people used to say I was hating on Ryan Kerrigan. Fine, whatever. But for a lot of people, it was Ryan Kerrigan. A lot of people passed the torch to Kerrigan. Good dude, represented the organization well, fits in that category. I wasn't Ryan Kerrigan. Oh my God, love Ryan Kerrigan. He should finish his career here, dude. That wasn't me. I was trying to trade his ass a year before they let him go. in the offseason. I was trying to trade him at the trade deadline the year before. For me, after Sean, it goes to Terry. This is the first time I've felt this way about a player this passionately about a player since Sean Taylor. I could have gotten there with Robert Griffin III had shit gone well after his rookie season, but it went down the tubes. What says you out there? That would have been an interesting conversation to listen to as to how the fans would have reacted. I think for me, it's no brainer, but I know the fan base. There's a lot of Ryan Kerrigan fans out there. What about Ryan Kerrigan? What about him? That's what I say to that. What about him? Anyway, I digress. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. For those of y'all saying that I'm tired, I'm not tired at all. I don't know what y'all talking about. Then Jay Sauer 1990 says he ain't tired yet. He don't have the Forrest Whitaker eye yet. Hey, go ahead, man. Chill out. You're not wrong, but chill out, man. Hey, y'all are dirty as hell out there, man. I love y'all like a play cousin, man. Y'all are stupid. Lord have mercy, man. I don't know what I'm gonna do with y'all, man. Y'all are stupid. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Big Money Sonny, right? Appreciate what you do for us, homie. Hopefully you can get some rest. You look tired. I'm actually not tired. My eyes might look a little reddish. I didn't get the best of sleep yesterday, but I'm fine. Like I'll tell you guys when I'm tired, and you can see when I'm tired. When I'm like literally awake, eyes are open, but I'm asleep. I don't feel that way at all. I could go for hours and hours and hours and hours. Anyway, he says, salutes and join the Discord when you can, my good brother. I got you. Oh, yeah. Top 5, you already know. Yeah, dead or alive. I'm going to have to, when I get some time, that's been the problem. I've been meaning to get up there. I saw that you sent me something. I don't know if your name is Sean Taylor or not. I'm assuming it is. I've been meaning to get up there. I just haven't had a lot of time because this is the portion of the offseason where you got to get all of the stuff done for the upcoming season and kind of lay the groundwork. So I'm going to try to sneak in there when I can. But I appreciate you, Big Money Sonny. Y'all heard the man. Go and sign up for the Discord if you have not already done so. Louis Oliver, I thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Louis Oliver says, I digress. I guess I'd look sleepy to y'all. I'm not sleepy, man. I'm fine. I'm fine. Promise. Let's see. (1-800-Kurt sucks). And thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. I think this is the same guy that just super chatted. So I think we just off the strength of the thumbnail. Double up. We gonna double up. And here I thought pick 6 was the lottery. Lord have mercy. Y'all ain't gonna do that to my guy Kirk Cousins, man. Y'all ain't gonna do that to him. I'm not gonna allow it. 1-800-Kirk sucks. I must give you credit. That is creative. Very, 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 very creative. Anthony Armstrong was another dude that I think, shit, he might have had more trust in Anthony Armstrong than Santana Moss at that point. Anyway, 281-33-0804-004. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, bet you can't guess where my name is from. 281 330 8004. Nope, I can't. Thought you was going on some 8675309. I thought you was going down some road like that, but now you got me on that one, player. You got me. Hands up. You got me. Some of them names y'all bringing up. Fast. Somebody said Fast Willie Parker. His ass won't fast when he was in Washington. slow Willie Parker in Washington. Old Hank, dead leg Hank, Leonard Hankerson. Anyway, it's a lot of those, man. A lot of those dudes that came and went, man. There's a lot of funk in them days, man. A lot of y'all have selective memory. It's a lot of funk back in those days. Josh Morgan was another dude on that 2012 squad. He was actually solid for us. He pissed me off in that Rams game, though. Y'all remember he got the personal foul penalty at the very end when we were trying to get in the field goal range. I wanted to smack Josh after that. Our relationship was never the same after that game. And that was early in the season, too. Early in the season. Anyway. Donald Gray, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Donald Gray, writes, thanks, Lou. Shout out to all the LTN supporters. Shout out to all of y'all out there, man. I truly do appreciate each and every single one of y'all. Again, this doesn't exist without y'all. So shout out to you, Donald. Shout out to everyone out there supporting the Louie T Network. Appreciate you, Donald. Let's see. All right. Next super chat is from 1800 Shots. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, 1800 Shots, writes, don't cancel Kirk. Look, I'm not going to go hard for Kirk Cousins. You know, I've done that over the years. It is what it is. Y'all can cancel him if y'all want to. He doesn't play here anymore. He hasn't been here in quite some time. So, you know, that whole thing is dead. I just want y'all to remember it correctly. That's all. The further you get away from it and the more you listen to people talk about what Kirk Cousins was or wasn't, the truth gets distorted. I just want y'all to remember what this man was when he was here. That's all I'm going to say. So you can lead that charge of don't cancel Kirk. You can lead that charge. 28133080004. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Writes 1 Sean T, 2 Moss, 3 Fletcher, 4 Portis, 5 Cooley. Fletcher was good. London Fletcher was good. I have a problem with London Fletcher here being a guy that I would put on that list, even though he was really good. Don't get me wrong. He had already played for 2 other teams before he got here. Won a Super Bowl with the Rams, played with the Bills for about a 3-4 year stretch there, and then got to Washington. And he was good here for a while, right? But sometimes I feel like his contribution and impact was overstated because you just didn't have a lot of good players. So we that's what we tend to do here in Washington is we latch on to the little bit of, you know, talent that we have, and we overinflate what they're, you know, how they play and and how good they are in league circles, amongst the league. I think we do that or have done that in the past quite a bit. And I think London Fletcher, again, he was good, but he only made it to one Pro Bowl. I think that is, and it wasn't until like year 15 or something like that. I think that is indicative of, how good he was or wasn't. He was good. I don't want to understate him, but I don't think he cracks the list of the best Redskins during the Snyder era. He'd be on the outside looking in, for me at least. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. But I will say this before I move on. Your list definitely reeks of a guy that loves the 2005 Washington Redskins. Your list is literally all players, with the exception of London Fletcher, of guys that played in that span of about 04 to about 09 or so. 2012, if you count Cooley and Moss, who I think both of their last years in the league was 2012. Anyway, Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny, writes, Fat American is the phone number and the 25-foot-long Mandingo from the super chats before. I know that. I see the avatar and the thumbnail. I know exactly who he is. I'm aware. Trust. Look, come on now. You know how long I've been doing this. You think I didn't pick up on that? I mean, now I've seen people, and people are trolls. They will snatch your thumbnail off, put it as theirs, change the name up, and you're thinking, oh, it's that dude. You can get got like that too. But just how he speaks and the things that he says, I know who it is. So, but I appreciate you trying to hit me to the game, but I'm good. I got it. I told you I'm not sleepy over here. I'm not asleep. I know what's going on. You can't pull a fast one over on old Louie T here. Thank you for the super chat. 2813-308-004. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, dang, my guy Lou, you don't know Mike who? Mike Jones. I ain't know the damn number. I wasn't rocking with Mike Jones like that back in the day. I just like when he said, Mike Jones. Who? Mike Jones. That's all I like. I didn't rock with him like that. I was listening to Dipset. I was listening to pretty much New York rap music and Little Brother. Okay? I had no idea. Wasn't listening to no goddamn Mike Jones. All I knew was back then didn't want me. Now I'm hot. They all on me. I didn't know the number. I didn't know he gave out his real phone number and had to switch it. I didn't know what the damn number was. Anyway, I digress. You got me. Again, hands up. You got me. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny, writes, Sean Taylor is the Discord bot, and he's always dropping gems on your melon in the Discord. Real facts. Shout out to Condo P for holding the chat down, as always. Can't state that enough. Appreciate you and Condo P for getting the Discord up and running, and I appreciate y'all for holding me down there and here in the chat as well. 2813308004. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, honorable mentions, Arrington and McLaurin. I don't think LeVar Arrington can make the list. Now, there was a stretch there where he was really good. He was dominant. That year under Marty, LeVar was dominant. But he fell out of favor with the hell is his name? The defensive coordinator that we loved Greg Williams. He fell out of favor with Greg Williams for freelancing and not doing what he was told. Remember, he played Lamar Marshall over LeVar Arrington, right? He played Warwick Holdman. Warwick Holdman over LeVar Arrington. Are you kidding me? He was making a point. I will put other guys with a lot less talent than you on the field if you won't do what I tell you to do. His tenure in Washington ended too poorly for him to be one of the best. But at his best, he was one of the best. The problem is we didn't get enough of that LeVar Arrington. He was damn good on Madden, though. There was a stretch there where that defense, I don't give a shit. That 05 defense on Madden, man, the offense was trash, okay? And I had a tough time putting the ball in the end zone. But I tell you this, you had a tough time scoring on my damn defense. When you got LeVar Arrington, Sean Taylor, and LaRon Landry all on the same defense, was that 05 or was that 07? I don't think Landry was there in 05. I know he wasn't there. That was Ryan Clark. I don't know if they were ever all on the same team. That would have been nasty. I felt like there was one more guy that could run fast as shit. You know, that's what Madden was back in the day. It was all about speed. Dudes would take receivers. I remember my guy used to take Randy Moss and put him at cornerback. Do stupid shit like that. And you could get away with it back in those days. There was no penalty for doing stupid shit like that. Randy Moss had 4 picks and also get you for 280 yards receiving in the same game. Anyway, I digress. Donald Gray, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Donald Gray. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Right, so Madden Trap House story. Hashtag Bart Scott. Can't wait. You'll get it this month. I promise. I will not leave the month of July without blessing y'all with the rest of that story. Let's see. Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Big Money Sonny writes, Locks much greater than Dipset. Recognize. You're not wrong. But I'm going to tell you right now that Dipset movement from about 03 to about let's call it 01 to about 06. And then you sprinkle in a little 50 in that same time period. New York was on fire. Okay? On fire. I love the Locks. More particularly, I love Jadakiss and Styles P. I could do without Sheik Luch. That's just always been my thing. He did have that verse on All About the Benjamins, though. There's always that. But I love Styles P. I love Jadakiss. They were banging in the set, back in 03, 04, 05, 06, 07. But yeah, I wasn't listening to Mike Jones for real. Anyway. Let's see. Old Brucey, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Old Brucey, writes, hope my emails with Kurt and John Gruden don't get out. Old Brucey. Kurt. Old Kurt Cousins. Oh, my God. I got your head bobbing. I still got your head bobbing, and my verse didn't rhyme. What y'all know about y'all don't know nothing about no little brother, man. Get out of here. Y'all ain't know nothing about no little brother. Anyway. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny. Let me say something. My girl Condo P said that Marcus Washington was her guy. Mine too. Love me. I told y'all this before, though. I love me some M-Dub. He used to do the little, and then jump in the air like that. Oh, I love me some Marcus Washington. Before we got Brian Arakpo, and Arakpo hit double-digit sacks. He was like the last real impactful pass rusher that we had, that teams actually, I don't want to say feared, but you had to respect. Even though Arakpo wasn't really that dude, you still had to respect Arakpo, and then Kerrigan ended up following. But the last, and Andre Carter had some years in there too. But the last dude that I felt like was an elite pass rusher here in Washington, when he had it going, was Marcus Washington. Man, I love me some Marcus Washington. Anyway, Big Money Sonny, my guy, writes, real talk, my last one for the night. I've heard that one before. I'm going to hold you to it, though. You may look tired, but you sure as hell are 100% on point. Can't pull a fast one on Lou. Stay blessed and do yourself a favor. Watch the movie Elvis. Trust me, you won't be disappointed. I had no interest in watching that movie, but maybe I will. Maybe I will. I know the Elvis story, and I'm surprised they haven't done something sooner on him. But I'm pretty sure if you're going to do it on Elvis, you better do it right, because there's too many fiends out there. So I'm pretty sure they probably did a hell of a job on the movie. Thank you for the super chat, Big Money Sonny, and I appreciate you, man. Appreciate you a ton, bro. As always, my guy 281330004. He said, "Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you." Who writes, "I actually remember the defensive transition from 03 to 04 when Greg took over. I was in disbelief. Literally night and day difference. My God." It was. And it was amazing because, remember, we had some good defense in the early 2000s. Remember, we had Marty in 2001. And then remember, the very next year, Marvin Lewis was our defensive coordinator in 2002, if I'm not mistaken. And then he got the Cincinnati Bengals job in 03, and he left us. And 03, we weren't good on defense. It was the first time we weren't good in a little while, because we went from Marty to Marvin Lewis to then a nobody, essentially. And then Greg took over in 04, and everything changed. Everything. And remember, we weren't good offensively in 04. That was Joe Gibbs' first year back. But we were good defensively, and it gave us a chance to be in ball games and win. And then we put it together in 05, won enough games to qualify for the postseason, got hot late. You know the story. I don't need to do that shit. Anyway, you're right. It was a big difference. Um, 1,800 shots. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy 1,800 shots writes, "Who is the GOAT Redskin? I got Monk or Green. It's got to be, to me, it's got to be Darryl Green. I don't think there's, honestly, I don't even think that's up for debate. Depending on how old you are, maybe you go back to Sonny Jurgensen or some shit like that, or slinging Sammy Ball. I can't tell you nothing about neither one of those dudes. I know they were really good. Slinging Sammy Ball revolutionized the way the game was played with the forward pass and all of that stuff. He was one of the first dudes to really be slinging that bitch down the field. So you got to put some respect on his name, which is why they called the man Slinging Sammy Ball. And Sonny was another one of those dudes that kind of pushed the ball down the field and kind of moved the game and advanced it forward, throwing the football. But for me, it's Darryl Green. None of those dudes that I just said, maybe Slinging Sammy Ball. He played on both sides of the football. And he might have won some championships, but in this era, in the Super Bowl era, not American, not NFL championships, like Eagles fans like to always, well, we won a championship. We ain't counting those. We talking about Super Bowls. Darrell Green was a part of every single one of them things. And Darrell Green was a huge part of every single one of those Super Bowls. Actually, he didn't get the first one. I think he got here the year after we won the first one. I think his first year in the league was 83, if I'm not mistaken. I think Darrell Green's first year in the league was 83. I think. Don't get me wrong. Art Monk was here for all three of the Super Bowls. But in Redskin lore, because Art Monk was 81 to 92, if I'm not mistaken. Darrell Green played for 20 years. And again, if memory serves me correct, I think out of his 20-year career, he had an interception in 19 of those 20 years. He was a prolific punt returner, a lockdown corner, one of the fastest dudes in the NFL. Everybody remembers him running down Eric Dickerson. Everybody remembers him running down Tony Dorsett. He's legendary. Darrell Green's legendary. I think he's number one, numero uno. And to each its own, to each its own. But I can say this. There aren't many Redskin players that can bridge the gap the way Darrell Green did. Because there are old OG Redskin fans and fans like myself that can both say, man, I saw the best of Darrell Green. How many fans in fan bases around the league can say that about a player? You saw the best of this dude in the 80s. I still saw the best of this dude in the 90s. And we still got to watch him all the way up until the 2000s. How many players can say, I played in 3 different eras, 80s, 90s, and the 2000s? I rest my case. Anyway, I digress. You probably are a bigger hip hop head than me, Alex. I won't take that away from you. I just didn't know you knew about that. I mean, you got to understand with Little Brother. When I discovered them, nobody else was on them, not at least around here, And to this day, I still don't know a lot of people. It's crazy when I hear somebody else banging it in their stereo, somebody riding down the street, they banging that joint, and I'm like, what you know? Like, anytime somebody brings up Little Brother, like, what you know about Little Brother? But obviously a lot more people know about Little Brother than I like. Literally, when I wasn't awestruck, I don't get awestruck, but literally when I did what's my man's show? Why am I blanking on his name? But that Big Pooh, rapper Big Pooh, is a massive Washington fan. He grew up in 757. So when I was on the show with him, I was like, yo, this is crazy, And we actually got to chop it up. I think I already told y'all this. We got to chop it up after the show was done. I don't know why I'm blanking on my man's name. I feel bad. But Big Doug, my guy, Big Douglas. Big Douglas. He had him and Pooh are boys. They go way back, whatever the case may be. And so he had him on the show, and then I was up there with them one time, and me and him got to chop it up and kick it and talk. And I got the reels from him on what happened with the group, what happened with the the album, because if y'all really see, I'm really a Little Brother fan. Like, y'all might be a fan of their music. I'm really a fan of the group. Ninth, Fonte, rapper Big Pooh. Like, collectively, that was a super group. They don't make them like that anymore. Anyway, I'm down. I'm back. I'm back like Hood Crack. I'm back. Aaron Carson, thank you for the super chat. Y'all had me about to go off like this is a podcast or something. Aaron Carson, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Aaron. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Writes 4 hours and counting. Longest episode, Lou? Nah, not even close, bro. Yeah. The draft episode, that one, I think that one went every bit of 9 hours. Every bit of like 9 hours. Donald Gray, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Donald Gray, writes, do you listen to any local 757 artists? Not really. I dibble and dabble, but I don't really listen to the radio. And it's hard to get into the local scene. For me, that's a young man's game. Like, my ears are kind of set in the way that I listen to music. I dibble and dabble with the new stuff, every now and again, just to stay current. I'm not 45, right? So I need to stay somewhat current and know what the hell's going on around me. But my ears like what they like. And, I grew up listening to a certain type of music. I told you I'm more of an R&B guy than I am a rap dude, first and foremost. So I don't want to front like I'm a massive hip hop head. I was more of a hip hop head growing up. As I got older, I'm not listening to jazz. Okay, I can't. You're not gonna have me sitting here listening to shit without words. But I love me some R&B. Y'all know that. And the rap that I do listen to is the rap that I grew up listening to. Every now and again, I let a few of these young boys in. I give them a little taste, but for the most part, I'm stuck in my ways. Anyway, thank you for the super chat. My guy, 2813308004 writes, that 04 defense was the first time I seen our front seven literally a brick wall against the run. Running back would just get smacked, pow, immediately. And if you remember, we had some really good dudes up front on those teams. Cornelius Griffin, we got from the Giants, was one of the anchors on that defense. And even our defensive ends, Ronaldo Wynn and guys like that, were just rock solid. You know what I mean? They weren't going to kill you off the edges, pass rushers, but just rock solid against the run, did their job. We had a bunch of dudes like that on on those teams. Just did their jobs. Unsung heroes, weren't going to be, the biggest and best in terms of popularity, name recognition, none of that stuff, but did their jobs. Key cogs in the machine. Let's see. So I'm gonna say this. I see Alex says foreign exchange is definitely dope too. Nicolay is nice with it. You're not lying. So they dropped me off after the third album. They took a sharp right, and I kept going left. I was like, okay, this is where we separate. They got too pop on me because Fonte told us in one of the songs that he'd rather be four mics in the source, four mics in the source rap honoree, or first album what did he say? Grammy nominee, I think is what he said. So he told you, like, I can still rap at a high level, and if I want to, I can keep doing this shit. But the singing bag is where it's at for me. And I love foreign exchange, you know. And it's a lot of dudes that they put on that I thought were dope, you know, like D-Brock. Y'all know D-Brock was on every hook, you know, that they had. He was nasty. I was like, I want D-Brock. Like, I'll take a D-Brock album. They had some dudes that I thought could rap, you know, that were a part of the Justice League. Y'all know that if you listen to Little Brother, it was the Justice League. But foreign exchange also, I love Zoe, you know, as you branch off into that, like, you get caught up in all of that. I could go on and on and on, but anyway. Yazara, yes, I love me some Yazara. It was one more that came from that little group that I still listen to her. Now I got to go pull it up now because it's gonna drive me crazy if I don't tell you her name. She was also in that group with Foreign Exchange, and she would do songs with them. Gwen Bunn, all of them, love all of them. So anyway, I said all of that to say this. I loved Connected, which was the first Foreign Exchange album. I loved what's the name of that? I think what's it called? Leave It All Behind. I think it was called Leave It All Behind. I'm pretty sure it was Leave It All Behind with all the chairs outside, like at a wedding ceremony. Love that album. The third album, I think it was Land of Milk and Honey. I was like, what are we doing here? There was, you could see where it was going though. The first album, if you recall, Connected, had a lot of rapping. Like my guy, Von P. Love Von P. Love Von P. I think the first track is Von P spitting on it. Nicolay with Von P, that's ridiculous. Can't get as high as this. Or Watermark My Heart, you can't get as real as this. Anyway, they rapped a lot. Fonte rapped a lot on that first album. The second album, he did not rap as much. The third album, there was pretty much no rap at all. It was more of a pop album. And that's why I said, okay, I got to get off this train. Anyway. Yeah. That's going to do it for me. See, we off on a different level. I told you I can do this R&B shit with y'all. I can do this with y'all. We'll do it one night. Not on a Washington show, but we'll do it one night. I don't know when. Don't ask me. I don't know when, but we'll do it one day. Because I see y'all are worthy of the conversation. I was doubting y'all. I don't need to doubt y'all no more. Y'all know y'all stuff. So anyway, I digress. That's going to do it for me, your man, Louie T. I thank each and every single one of y'all out there for blessing the kid, kicking it with us tonight, chopping it up, and doing what y'all always do, which is supporting the Louie T Network to the fullest. Look forward to chopping it up with you guys next week. I think next week is going to be a big week, and the weeks that follow thereafter are going to get it's just going to get bigger and bigger as we are on the precipice of the season getting underway, training camp wise. So look forward to having some big time content coming you guys' way and really turning this thing up to 1,000 degrees, man. If it's too hot for you in the kitchen, there's the door right there. Anyway, I am a Washington fan, etched in burgundy and gold. My Washington spirit will never die. Washington spirit will never fold. You know what it is. Post up. Take command. I got one more comment and we'll get out of here. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Metaphor writes, all my life, I pray for someone like you. With you, it's either, you know what? With you, it's always Jodeci. And that was Casey and JoJo right there. But it's always some form of Jodeci, it feels like. Okay? Whether it's just Casey and JoJo or it's Jodeci. Those are your boys right there. Luck, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Luck, thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Writes, you're not leaving yet, mister. Luck, you are a one of one, my man, without a doubt. Anyway, I digress. Wait a minute, Big Money Sonny. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Didn't you say you were done with the 20 spot? He's like, this is on everything. I'm done. I said, I've heard this before. Here we go. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny, writes, come on, bro. Spread my wings and fly away. So you want to drop a little troop on the way out the door, man? Come on, get out of here. You guys, get out of here. Have a great night. I will see you guys next week. If anything happens, maybe a Daron Payne contract extension, maybe a Cole Holcomb, you'll see this face all up in your space. Otherwise, I will see you guys next week. God bless and good. Uh-oh. Got another comment right here. Luck, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Luck. My guy Luck writes, Sonny thought he had it. There you go, being petty again, Luck. You a funny ass dude, man. Love you to death. My guy. Luck. Anyway, I digress. You guys go and have a fantastic rest of your evening. For some of you, go get some sleep, and we'll do this again next week. Peace.